afternoon, folks. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Rumble Qualifier number 1. We're here, round of 16. Puffo, you're joining me this
Yes.
afternoon. How are you doing, you magnificent, magnificent man?
Well, after that, I couldn't be doing any better, but I'm excited. I'm excited. Yesterday, we covered some over at Diana's channel, and now it's only you and me, Travi. We get to witness greatness because, Travi, which teams are we covering?
We're covering Rocks Horizon and Geeky, two incredible rosters, the latter of which we got to see a little bit of yesterday, right? They were on that consulate match up against Myth Esports, it was, and as soon as they got to that attacking half, it was like a night and day different team, right? Absolute dominance from Geeky. Can't wait to see them again. They're going to be so awesome.
It's going to be awesome. I mean, the entire stack of rosters is going to be fantastic. Now, we aren't going to be going into the first map. Keep in mind, the first map was sadly missed. Of course, our mistake. But we're going to be going into the second one. The first one ended up being consulated between the two with Geeky pulling it in overtime 8-6 scoreline, meaning the first map is theirs, but the second one awaits. And where are we going now?
Well, we don't have a map video on graphic on the stream, but we do have this lovely little loading video. So Cafe Dostoyevsky is going to be our battleground of choice for the second map here. And I cannot wait to get stuck into it here. As you said, obviously, Geeky are going to be going into this one with the 1-0 advantage. However, there's always a comeback for... map number 2 and see what these two teams have to offer us.
I'm sorry, I just have to do it. Let's get ready to rumble. I had to.
Yeah,
I had to.
you have to.
It's too fitting for the Rainbow Rumble, but like you said, we're going into Cafe and the bans. Honestly, I'm really interested to see what we're going to be banning. There's always that chance of getting rid of the shields, getting rid of the strong houses when it comes down to the defense, and I think that's what we can expect. I feel like information here is also going to play a huge part. Maestro, Valkyrie, even perchance, and the first ones, Monty, Azami. Honestly, I'm not surprised.
No, fairly standard consulate cafe bans between these two. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Now for the second ban, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a second shield one come on through for Rocks, right? Geeky, we know how good they can be, especially on things like the Blackbeard or the Blitz, but the danger with the system is for the first 3 rounds, one of the 3 shields is going to have to remain open. And in this case, it's actually going to be 2 of them as we're seeing a sense ban. Okay.
What? Okay, that's
new.
interesting. I'm starting to see crosses between, shield on each side, and then a very strong operator, although Sense is a bit more potential. I would say, or not even that potential. I would say he's a bit more situational. It's an interesting ban. Yet again, of course, it can allow easy plants, easy rushes, easy denial of information onto the enemy team, especially when you're pushing down piano. Maybe you want to have an easier access into bakery, right? The Sense can help out, but he's easily replaceable. So honestly, I'm not seeing why you would want to allow Geeky to have a hold over the Blackbeard and Blitz and the Ram, maybe even the Aurora when they take upstairs. But hey, kudos to you.
Yeah, exactly. There's obviously a clear game plan from Rocks Horizon with that one. They know what they want to deal with. Obviously, the Warden can't see through those. And Maestro as well. Can the Maestro see? They can still see through the Sentinels, I'm pretty sure. So
I think they can.
I think they can. Either way, though, it's going to be an interesting one. And obviously, Geeky getting rid of the Clash ban. That's a fair one to make. She's incredibly strong at the moment. A walk-in mirror window, essentially. And especially on a map like Cafe, all these power positions, get rid of her. Don't bother playing her through, Won't worry about it. It just makes getting in the building, getting control of these key places, like we're seeing APAC in VIP right now, a lot easier for our attacking side. And speaking of the attack, this lineup, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Geeky.
I'm loving. They adapted nicely. Now, of course, we're not going to be seeing the usual Twitch to Goyo counter, but for the My Show, we can take into account that the Bravo is going to be played a lot. And of course, to clear out this top floor, to not have too long of an escapade while trying to flush the roamers down back to site, we of course have the Blitz, the Demos, post plant is where the Grim is going to come on by, but it's all in combination that Geeky need to put it in. And of course, yet again, it seems like Rocks Horizon won't be spreading through these top, or I would say upper floors too much, but rather just focusing on the floor they have the site on.
Yeah, that's it. They're just going to be focusing on what matters most, the objective itself, really. And as well, while they're at it, open up this vertical on the side of Geeky. Try to see if they can catch anyone going because, the only drawback to really only defending the bottom floor is we're a minute into the round. Geeky, they've already gotten free reign over not only the top floor itself, Baolu, as well as that second floor. Beautiful opening pick there from Packball, and that's going to be a great start for Geeky.
It's going to be a great start. You to get rid of the Goyo, maybe not the canisters, but it's going to be a kill nonetheless, and a fantastic start here. as Hungry is starting to look for a feast. Early pop of the canister, want to get that out of the way so it doesn't end up resulting in a kill for the defensive, because the last thing you want to hand off to them is going to be an equalization. And the best way to counter a shotgun will be none other than a flash
Ooh.
combined with a fantastic teammate right behind you to get yourself 2-3. Geeky have mowed them down, and all down to Perv here on the Maestro, sticking by closet, being terrified. Imagine he's just shivering in his timbers.
Yeah, you have beehives next to you. You know if you move, and well, might not be spotted out, but Geek certainly know you're going to be in there. You've got an LMG, the ultimate clutch weapon, but against the might and the blitz, I don't think there's a lot you could do. Hungry leading the charge. You'll probably catch it again at the end of the kill cam there. The rest of the team not far behind as they come stumbling through the doorway. Tried to collect that final pick, and well, Geek, a flawless round to kick us off.
That was flawless. That was really good. Maybe that opening kill wasn't the best, but in the end, or rather, no, it was still theirs. Yeah, they did absolutely perfect. And of course, on the downstairs floor again, Rocks Horizon, I'd prefer if they could maybe extend themselves a bit more up. We saw how it just went. When Geek Esports are going to be bringing such heavy utility, such a stack with packed completely to the brim with utility, there's not much of a space you can back off to. And I didn't see much alignment from Rocks Horizon there, right? They didn't tend to play off of each other. The smoke was completely stranded alone against the blitz. And what are you to do in a situation like that? No one really to cross hold it into bar. And in the end, I mean, Geek just got themselves 1vx positions to favor them.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there. Incredibly clean round from Geek, and exactly what we saw from them yesterday. The key is for Rocks right now is obviously you're a map down. You can't let Geek build up a lead, especially on this attack. You're on a defensive cafe. You need to be getting rounds, and you need to get them early.
Oh, yeah. You need to get them very, very early. And now we're going to be going to the first floor. Now, Geeky here are going to be, of course, responding to with a proper lineup for it. But it's Rocks Horizon who need to start upping up the ante. Mostly, I haven't seen them go on the top floor. It doesn't seem like they're going to be the largest fan of it. Maybe we get to see it in a third rotation. But until that tends to happen, currently we're sticking away from it as far as we possibly can. And also quite religiously playing the Maestro, which they seem to know the value of the operator, just necessarily can't stick it down.
Yeah, that's it. They know what he can bring. And I think much of the thing with this Maestro is it's what he can do when he has a big round, because he can single-handedly turn the tide of a round, deny a plot. There is a lot of potential within that operator there. But as you said, doesn't get realized every single time he's bought. But even if you don't get to use the Evilize, the Alder's an incredible weapon. The Bailiff provides a lot of soft utility. He's a versatile operator with a good bit of kit as well. And, good reason to be bringing him all the time, even if you're not going to get the full use out of him every single round.
Make sure to get the full use. Don't let anything go astray. Quick drops. Of course, Rocks Horizon already adapting. Possible head tab coming to close. Balu not going to be
Ooh.
delivering, but it's going to be fire. Stepping up to the task to take Pack Bull away. That's your Hibanagon. Not the best opening pick here for Geeky that they offered up. Although Rocks Horizon, I imagine there's going to be nothing but happiness from it.
Yeah, they'll be incredibly happy with that one. Not only is that one member for the opening advantage, make it a second one, a skipper drops as well. That's your hard breach entirely off the board. No more options really right now for Geek besides what they already had open. Hungry's trying to make the recovery, but no one from Rocks is giving the game away. It's what we like to see from these teams. This little bit of discipline to not get caught up in the chaos and the excitement of a round here. You have a two-man advantage right now. Just let the time play out. Let Geek work for it, because look at what they've got. 2 frag grenades and some beehives. It's not a lot of utility to deal with 5 players of Rocks Horizon, who we know from seeing them time and time before. They can step up when it matters most and really start to drive the impact on these rounds.
And then we take a look at the defensive right. They still have a lot to go with. Now, of course, some of this utility is being riddled down from this verticality, but there's still 2 C4s, cameras, all alike it. And Geeky are simply going to have to rush and use brute force against it to get themselves not only in sight, which Rorik has had a fantastic job of doing. He's a step away, but it's going to be that last step that you need to make right. Getting yourself into the building, into the room itself. Of course, some support from the teammates is going to be nice. Those last Bs going to be used down on white stairs to deny any push from fire here, as they've made themselves quite clear. Rexon is going to pick up Balu as the opening kill for Geeky Esports, but they need another to equalize it out. And the Pillar of Giza here, Perv is going to find himself a shot shotgun shot, taking out Rorik. It's another little fantastic trade. 10 seconds, the C4 doesn't find its mark, but as everyone's getting tagged out, they are playing this fantastic by just simply waiting and stalling out the time. And the last resort here is going to be Hungry, going into mining, doesn't find the kill just yet, low HP, and simply no chance but to give it up.
Yeah, it's the clock doing the talking there. That one for the side of Rocks, as you say. They got the two opening picks and they just played it to perfection from that point onwards. As soon as Packball went down for the first pick there, it felt like there was a massive stepping stone for Geek, and they just couldn't quite get themselves over. They didn't really have that response, and then it just kind of came right. We're just going to run in, shoot what we can at the last couple seconds. And, well, you saw it, Bob, right? Clock did the talking. That was it. Deal was sealed. Rocks Horizon, they tie us up, and hopefully we have ourselves on the treks to at least another good map on our hands because, obviously we weren't here for map number. We didn't get to see quite exactly how it unfolded, but it was 8-6. It was overtime, and considering how good GK were at Consulate when we saw them yesterday, this cafe pick here is incredibly exciting and could be delivering here.
It could be interesting. The overtime there was something that shows a rivalry between these two teams, but at the same time, I mean, we're going to a big map, right? Both of these
Yeah.
maps, Consulate, Cafe, Lair, maps like these are quite huge. And of course, if teams know how to properly roam and roam clear, they're going to find themselves very comfortable on them. And of course, the second time around, it seems like Rocks Horizon are really huge fans of this middle floor, which has a huge amount of potential. And it also shows, yet again, the defense. They like playing upstairs. They like having this stallage of time, and they know how to do it properly, as shown in the prior round, and I imagine in many more to come.
Yeah, that's it. And they're going to hopefully have a lot of trust. What I really want to see is what they're going on with the Oryx here. Obviously, compared to what we saw in the first round defense here for Rocks, where it was very reserved, this time it seems like they want to spread their wings a little bit more. You got the Valkyrie to feed the intel through to the Roamers. You got that really mobile Roamer to go running about, catch some people off guard. And Geeke, they're not got the Deimos on the board this time, so they're not going to have anything to deal with it really, bar the drones that remain in their own back pocket to go hunting. And well, hunting that way will do. Rexon finds fire. That's the Valkyrie taken off the board, but she's one of those operators where she's almost as dangerous in death as she is in life.
That and true, it does. The Black Eyes here are going to be a fantastic piece of intel. Yet again, this is going to be a map where you want to cover as much ground as possible, with, of course, yourself being alive or not, as mentioned by Travi. And speaking of that information, it seems like Geek are going to be working themselves nicely off of it, but not too pristinely, as you let go of one Oryx being around Pixel's side, and your ace is going to be lost. A trade coming out, and now the entry from the attackers made that much more difficult since they need to be very careful about each nook and cranny they tend to step in, and already having difficulties surpassing the Cigar Lounge.
Yeah, that's it. It's the first hurdle yet again, and for Geek, it's something that they struggled to get behind, but they're able to do it this time. A direct trade between APAC and Rorik there, rather trading things off the board for Bandit. Whatever that's going to be, it's a C4 taken off the board for Rocks there, and look at this, Skipper has control over towards Dining now. Geek possibly trying to eye up the plant here if they could just get these last few players done. They've got it the site boxed in. Now they're trying to make the plant attempt. The question is, can they stick it on through, or is someone from Rocks going to throw in the curveball? Track Stingers to make things harder for the defense there as Rexon pops up. Rexon gets free, and round 3 goes the way of GK.
Oh, what a fantastic lineup, and Rexon knocked them all down. That was extraordinary. Geek here having themselves a good bout. And like I said, I think Geek are extremely phenomenal when it comes down to the post plant. Or even once they actually get that initial contact within the site itself, they can handle those as well. But Rocks Horizon, on those early parts of the round, they give them a lot of trouble, so they did, but till the end, they were not able to prevail, and that's where Geek showed on through. And again, the amount of utility you can just bunch on by if you have a Gridlock, if you have a Grim, the area that's covered by those two operators alone is absolutely fantastic. And now going on to round number 4, we're seeing that bottom floor is going to be given a second chance by Rocks Horizon. Hopefully this time they would consider a bit of roamage, seeing as the Scopos is not on board, but let's wait for the future to tell us.
Yeah, that's it. And obviously these operator bands as well, Maestro, Blitz, say bye-bye to both of those characters there. I mean, Rocks have been relying extensively, but look at that. They've just swapped over to the Echo, and obviously the argument is made. He feels a very similar role there. End of round chaos and time management, as we saw in round number 2, was something that EK couldn't quite get a grips on up to. So if Rocks can continue to find and exploit that weakness, it could really work in their favor and could possibly give them some free rounds when all might seem to be going but against their way. And it's going to make Geek rely on these operator picks, such as the IQ, because obviously Valkyrie's still available for Rocks. There's a lot of intel that can be fed through for the defense here, and Geek have to make sure it's not going to work too much against them.
Interesting lineup coming out from the side of Geek. Now switching it up, replacing the Blitz with the Blackbeards, and also still trying to cover as much ground, but also limit the movement from Rock's Horizon on the roam, seeing as, of course, they've gotten away with a bit too much, which is why we're going to be using up this Lion Scan, the Finka boost. It might just be a rush! And the entirety of Bakery has been completely ignored. They're already going in. Cat openers on the walls, and a step away from certain death with Rock's Horizon. They're already toe-to-toe. Nades are out. First kill going to be going to the side of APAC. Shotgun pulled out in Misery, and one for the side of Perf. Second not going to be going their way. Traded quite quickly for Rorik and Hungry, as now Geeky find themselves in a bit of trouble. Verticality to be used by the defender. Skipper still finds himself. Salvation for Geeky to keep up the man count, and as the defenders are being held back, it's up for Geeky to get this plan down.
Yeah, really important position for GK to capitalize upon the chaos that they've created here. But no, with Hungary going down, Rurik can't quite get the manpower, can't quite find the cover to stick this diffuser on through. Vertical's going to be back opened up there by the mute on from above on the first floor. But regardless of, it's a little too late, and diffuser's going to be stuck on through, and that puts Rocks in a massive disadvantage. Pull out's been made, but no, Rurik doesn't respond in time, and Skipper gets shot in the back. Rocks Horizon able to recover the round, and incredible composure from them to keep their heads above the water despite that rush from PK, despite all the pressure, despite the plant itself going down. I'm surprised they were able to convert that one on through, but an incredible play from them to do so.
I think they were really incredible at it. I mean, it was a bit of a shell shock coming in as Geeky just out of nowhere. The Lion Scan was that first initial message, but sending it on through Bakery completely stopped. The one issue that was there for Geeky Esports is that they didn't follow up through with it. There was a lot of utility which was just awaiting to be popped by Rock's Horizon, and they had the headspace and time to do so because everything stopped on kitchen prep. No one really went through into site itself. They were waiting for the breach to come on through, maybe from the can opener, and possibly other angles to be held from outside sources, such as the Finka, as we saw Skipper holding those head holes. Not the best, but again, Geeky Esports, good thought. Good starting execution, just not being able to follow up through with your plan and ideals is something that brought you down. As now heading into round 5, again, this top floor, it seems like Rock's Horizon are just allergic from it.
Yeah, it's strange to see. We're going through a cafe defensive half, and we've barely seen top any action up here all the way towards the top floor. It's a weird one, but you know, if it's how Rock's Horizon are comfortable playing this map, then all the more power to them. It's what they feel they need to do. They are playing a lineup, you know, at the moment that is going to need to hold on to that top floor. That's where the mirror's going to be coming in. You need to be holding it because as soon as you give GK that vertical, they are really being able to constrain the defenders on that second floor, and it's going to make their movement, their ability to respond to anything the attack do in that round incredibly limited. So for Rocks, it's all about burning as much time as possible here and making sure you don't lose too many people on the top.
The utility game from GK, fantastic. I'm loving it. You know, chef's kiss. Not only do they use it well, but they'd also steal it away from Rock's Horizon even better. They've been having some troubles with gunfights and having that team chemistry load on up, but I think that's going to be evolved on through the match. Now, this is a best of 3. Keep in mind, second map already, and GK here are looking to win it out. But the attackers, they keep on going, and they're already into sight. What are we doing, Rock's Horizon? We're just giving the free real estate. They're in the diffuser instead of going for the plant. It seems like ABAC here is going to be finding himself a double BMS prior to it, in between a sandwich of kills. Hungry as well in sight, and all the defenders have left it open as it gets a down onto one, a last one stand, and a last man in it. Rorik, what do we do in a 1v4 like this? What just happened, and how did Rock's Horizon come back yet again?
I mean, you call site free real estate in that round. I'm going to say GK have been free in this round. They got themselves in prime positioning, and then they just lose gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. Rock's Horizon dominated it, only losing one, and Rorik has to try and fish for an exit frag here. Can't find any. Shot in the back by BMS yet again. And Rock's Horizon, well, they've responded in fine fashion indeed, and they've taken the lead away from GK after what are 2 pretty wild rounds for this early on in the afternoon.
I don't think I've ever been starstruck like it. I'll be completely honest. I saw it sight. I saw the man, the myth, the legend, Pack Bull Ace with the diffuser, instead of going for the plant, ends up going for a gunfight, drops it, releases the pressure. Geeke are now the ones under contention. 3 kills drop on by out of left field, and Rox Horizon in a 1v4 that pivots them. Again, I haven't seen anything like it, but you know what? It's Rox Horizon favors. It's the Rox Horizon the ones that are reaping off of these benefits. Geeke, on the other hand, we need to be a bit more composed. If we're going for these rushes again, they seem to be well timed. They really catch Rox Horizon off guard. They have for 2 times in a row, back to back, but each of them, they just lose the grasp.
Yeah, that's it. And now we head into a very interesting part. The final round of the half here for Rocks. A fourth round would be much needed, much appreciated here for Geeke. They can get themselves back and try and stem the losses because what baffles me is the last 2 rounds we've seen have both been rushes to one degree or another. And they feel like desperation, but we're only in round 4. We're only in round 5. We're still in the first half of the second map. Geeke are up. It reeks of desperation almost, but DK have had the advantage. They've got a map up. They should be quite comfortable right now. But something in those comms, whether it's just overconfidence, whether it's just seeing something that really wasn't there, they're sending it into sight and Rock, they're there to make the response time and time again. And to the Geek, they say, bring it on.
Bring it on. They're ready to rumble. I'm going to keep on reusing that pun till the day I die. But Geeke right now, again, going to be approaching it a bit more by the book. Simply going piano, breach up on those walls. The mirror usage from Rox Horizon is something that hasn't been seen a lot, but something I commend very heavily. And of course, the trade here is going to be not only Skipper on the Ash to possibly counter it, the Ace Selma charges as well alongside it, but a fully major focus hold by the side of Rox Horizon on this top floor, as it should be.
Yeah, much more default here from the defense this go around of it. They're going to be trying to fight over every inch of this top floor, making sure that they don't lose anyone up here. Now, Balu, Mirror Window is going to be taken out by the Ash. They're making this position up towards construction a little bit harder to hold and just prompting a slow fallback from the defense. But the key is there's still some players up on the top floor that are fishing for more, want to try and find something, and it's going to get them punished for it there as one goes down but not out. A C4 is thrown from underneath, but APAC hesitant to detonate it. Perhaps just doesn't land, quite hit the mark where it needs to. Balu now has a choice, can either drop, go for the revive, going to go for the former of the two options, leaving the teammate to die, leaving the teammate up to pack ball, but at least Rocks, they do get one back.
His name comes back with a Z4 onto Skipper. Fantastic way. Ballo could have possibly kept his presence a bit more hidden on this top floor and maybe came back to bite Geeke. But that's something that's way past us now, as now verticality is going to be handed over to the side of Geeke. But how are we going to be exploiting it? We do have some soft breaches. I think that's what we're going to be relying on, not necessarily Sludge Bucket or Ram to go off of. That's where EMP's there to possibly deny utility. Also, maybe even scopes to not have too much of a fight back from the side of Rox Horizon, which are simply just patiently waiting in on sight for Geeke to arrive into their own ground so they can take them out where they stand. And it seems a bit of guns were shown. Hunkry's going to execute BMS on the spot. And now, ready to absolutely let it rip. Geeke, one player above, but still not much of a presence on site.
Yeah. And the thing is, they can't get that presence because the Ash died early on. She doesn't have those breaching charges available to use anymore, nor do they have Packball. Taken down there, beautiful shot from APAC. Here comes Balu to try and deny it, but the cover from Rorik, it's perfect, it's great. And Diffuser is stuck on down, leaving APAC now in a very difficult clutch situation. Takes the one down on the vertical there, giving a bit of a lifeline into this round for Rocks, but don't get me wrong, the odds are still stacked against them here as Geeke. They are of this caliber of team for a reason. They're not going to give this one away easily, and it's going to take a miracle. Some master clutch up work here from APAC as the vertical's regained by the attack. Geeke are giving away nothing, and they're going to take the round for themselves, coming out of the half with an even split.
Railings on Brown, not expected, but an even split is something that we should be always looking forward to. Fantastically played by Geeke. They stuck on through again. They went by the basics, flushed down Rox Horizon until they had all the verticality needed so they can get themselves a safe plan, shut down anyone trying to interrupt it. And now we head to the second half. Splits, rather, roles are going to be swapped, and we get to see the bans yet again. Clash is going to be an instant pick here from the side of Rox Horizon and a blitz to counter it from Geeke.
Yeah, that is going to be it. spicy bans, but still continuing much of the same trends we saw that emerge from the first half of the game. Question really lies for me in what these second bans are going to look like. And it's going to be the Mirror and the Blackbeard, a little more default. And I'm surprised we didn't really see them banned out in the first half. Obviously, as we said, Mirror, from what we saw in the last couple of rounds of that half, especially on the top floor, could hold a lot of impact here. And Geekate, they may want to go up there. They may want to try and defend that one. So not having that Mirror on the board is going to make that a lot more difficult for them. But same can be said for the attack. Not having the Blackbeard or the Blitz, you've only really got the Montade, and he's not the best at really pushing into sight because he's more intel-focused shield.
Yeah, he's more safe and sound. He takes ground well, but what you need on this map is speed and aggression.
Yeah.
And well, the best two picks when it comes down to shields, besides if you if you maybe consider Fuse for the verticality alongside it, are gone. Blitz and Blackbeard have left us, and now we're going to be heading to the bottom floor. We get to see the Maestro in play yet again, possibly one of the best maps for this operator, I would say without a doubt. And at the same time, I don't think Rocks Horizon are going to be going for the classic Geek rush into prep, but also being a bit more symphonized on this top floor, and also the counteracts. Again, right, we see the Ram, we see the Sledge, which is going to be an interesting addition. I think better operators could be picked, but you know what? It's comfortability. I think that's what is screaming out on the Sledge. And also the Twitch being brought alongside it instead of the Brava, because rather focusing on the Maestros, I think they want to really get rid of these canisters.
Yeah, that's it. They're going to want to be getting rid of those Vulcan canisters. Obviously, Cafe's one of our rework maps as well with DJX, so you've got those gas pipes to be working through as well. Mute jammers, Evil Eyes that you can take down with the Twitch throws. There is a lot of value to be gained right now for BMS, but elsewhere for Rocks, it's going to be about that quick sweep here across the top two floors of the map, working your way down, getting that control as quickly as possible, just so you can really start to apply that pressure. And of course, the quicker you do it, the more time that you have for Geek to possibly make a mistake, for you to claim a freebie and already start to set the round up for success here, because with the amount of utility that the defense are bringing, there is a lot to deal with on the objective itself, and you need to make sure you're maximizing your chances of success before you get to that execute.
Not much of a fight back here. Kike, similar fashion like Rocks Horizon, are allowing it all to go down right above them. Now, of course, we do see two C4s from Rexfun and Packbull, which could definitely be changing the tides of how the man counts are reverted and switched about. As for Geeke, again, they're being very patient. They're going by the objective. They know they can't rush this because in the case they do, it might be a possibility where Rocks Horizon can crawl to victory. A fantastic position here, Rexon is rocking, waiting for anyone to maybe push up to this white side. Of course, earlier we saw the blitz, how well you can get a pick off and a kill by simply just rushing down this Christmas player. Although Ballo doesn't have that availability as yet. Again, he's on the Monty.
Yeah, that's it. You can't rush, at least not alone here. All you can really do is apply pressure, but as soon as you take a gunfight on the Montaigne, it's time ticking against you, really. You have to wait for the backup here, and someone from Rocks needs to make this rotation sooner rather than later. And considering how long we've had control of the top floors for now, from the side of the attack, I would have liked to see them do a little bit more with it at this point. Yellow Pink almost tried to get a player there through the wall, but not quite able to do so, just a little bit late there on the trigger. Balu makes the move on down. Fire opens up the round. Rexon, though, is able to find two back in the other direction here, giving the advantage clean to Geeke. And a third one for that Rexon. 9-3 at the minute. Not giving up VIP for anything, anyone. Leaving Rocks scrambling. Fire goes down. It is a 4 versus 1 situation, but not for long as Rorik swings out with the LMG and Geeke get off their defense to a flying start.
They say you shouldn't bring a knife to a gunfight. Well, let me tell you, Rexon's the one to prove you wrong. Geeke here now overtaking the side of Rocks Horizon. And as much as they had their ups and downs in attack, this was one of the top plays when it comes down to the defensive in the first half, being really positive on it. Of course, crossfires were held. Not much of a contention here from Rocks Horizon. They went in as each man on their own and didn't play that hive mind mindset, which allowed Geeke to just pick him off one by one. And while everyone was so focused on Rexhun, not only was he the one hunting them down instead of being the hunted, but also his teammates allowed him to do so comfortably.
Yeah, that's it. And it's a beautiful teamwork. And it's the thing I love about watching Geeke consistently. They are quite aggressive at times, and they will go for these hero plays, these chaotic rounds. But underlying this flashy surface really is the foundation of teamwork. They have each other's back. They're always there for the trades, and it creates this very tight network of players that can be very difficult for attacking sides. We saw the likes of Myth, ex Kuduro, really struggle against it yesterday, and I'm already starting to see similar patterns emerging here on Cafe, where Rocks just can't quite get their foothold into the map, can't quite get their feet stuck into the round, and Geek are able to just ride it out.
Okay, let's cut it for a moment. Travi, you talk about confidence. What more screams confidence than a Kavira?
That is, I didn't even see that. Hungry.
Hungry,
I
come
mean,
on.
if we see an interrogation this early on,
Oh no.
just
We
now
couldn't.
we surely we don't see an interrogation. You've got a Montaigne, you've got beehives, you've got a lot available on the side of Rocks to scout things out before you just blindly send players into a room, and there's surely no way Hungry really just throw some chaos into this round. He's going to be lurking down all the way on the bottom floor, looking for a bit of a late round backstab here. So we'll have to avert our eyes away from him for just a while. As for the side of Rocks now, they just focus on their clear of the map. Fairly standard one for Cafe. Get this top floor done and dealt with. Work your way on down. And they are going to look to contest this as well.
PRV here, attempting wall banks. Now we're going to need that information that could be coming in handy quite so on. The Monty, the big mountain, the Frenchie himself coming in, and it seems like Hungry has been hungry indeed, but he feasts on the soul of APAC, finding the opening here. Not going to be an interrogation, but it's the mind game that Geek are attempting to play as quickly shut down Skipper in return. B's there to isolate the player on white stairs. Rexon on main, completely terrified. Rorik gonna riddle down the players down to the 3 that Rocks Horizon currently have to offer, and he keeps on persisting. This window player, he wants him badly. It's a 1v1 here. The Grim is going to be pushing it back for the moment being, but the rest of Rocks Horizon, they don't know what to do. Do we go forward? Can we go forward? That doesn't seem to be the case because look of them. Each one is isolated.
And I don't think you should be focusing on the forward. I think you should be focusing on the backward. Hungary still lurking around on that cab, running around the map here, and he's already gotten one. And we know one thing about Hungary, he ain't going to stop there. He's going to keep on going for more. Rocks chasing Ghost a little bit on the top floor here. There's no one up here. You've got control of it, but look at what operators you've got left. Bar the Bailiff in the pocket of BMS. Nothing you can really do to capitalize on this vertical control. You're going to have to funnel down stairways. You're going to have to funnel down hatches.
Look at Rorik.
And as you can see, Geek, they've got them under lock and key. All they need to do is secure these final couple of picks here in the dying 20 seconds of the round, and they should be taking themselves a lead. PRV does get one, immediately traded back by Packball. Hungary finds his second one on the cab there, and BMS trudging through the barbed wire here. World against you, everything on your shoulders, and it's going to be GK triple for Hungary as they take the next round.
For a moment, I'm going to be honest, I was kind of scared, not because of Hungry. Well, yes, honestly, Hungry was an essential part of my fear, but in the end, Geeky, they still had a player upstairs. Rocks Horizon were so confident and self-sure that they could freely go for verticality and allow the Ace to go in for a plant, but there was still someone upstairs. Also, the Monty was upstairs alone with a player that possibly could have led to a 1v1 if Rorik, I do believe it was Rorik on that top floor, if he got away with one of the players' lives, it could have led to the diffuser being dropped down upstairs. That would have been catastrophic, but either way, Geek make enough catastrophe by just simply gunning the side of Rocks Horizon down, as now they're going to be one round away from match point. And keep in mind, Travi, Geek already have a map.
That's it. If Rocks lose this map, they are eliminated from this week's Rumble qualifiers. Everything they've earned, all of the hard work yesterday, because Puffo, you were there. I'm sure many of you watching at home were watching a lot of it as well. It was a long day yesterday. You had to be on the ball consistently with the group format that we had. You saw it. Myth, they only dropped one map. They dropped it to Geek, and guess who's made it through to the single elimination bracket? It's Geek. Because of that single map, you had to be on the ball across the entire afternoon. You couldn't afford to let anything slip, and all that work to be for nothing would be pretty disheartening. Obviously, there is one more opportunity to come back next week. Go sign yourself up if you haven't already, by the way.
Obviously.
And you do have the opportunity, but it would be heartbreak for Rocks to lose this map here.
It would be heartbreak. And we want to see a map 3 because it's Clubhouse. Yeah. We want Clubhouse. The people need Clubhouse. Geekei now are going to be fighting to not give Rocks Horizon a second opportunity here. The Claymore fantastically set up, and Rexon still going for those chancy shots, hoping that he can get away with a bit of a gamble. Not going to go their way, and now Rocks Horizon, just like previously, going to need to hold it down. But look at these two players on red. They were waiting for anyone to peek out just so they could punish him on the spot. But the aggression from Geekei here is outstanding.
Yeah, it's aggression. It's composed aggression. They know what they're doing. They know not to go overly aggressive, but at the same time, they're taking every single little bit that they can here. And like there, Rook could have gone for the gunfight, choosing not to go through, then cover up the window with the Kiva barricade and go somewhere you're a little bit more likely to win the gunfight. Rotate around, let it happen on through Rex, and disgusting little angle here, thrown up on the window, going to be spotted out, so just going to throw the goo mine, retreat back to, let's just say, a little bit more of a defaulted position, a little bit more normal, akin to expectations here, but you can see it's got Rocks Horizon a little bit puzzled because they're only just starting to make an entry into the building.
Yes, they are, and the first entry is going to be none other than BMS putting Skipper away, and an opener here for Rocks Horizon, but that leverage is not going to be standing for much longer thanks to Packbull, Mr. Worldwide, going all around and fighting PRV. A second one, Balix, finds Rexhun, still from above. It seems like Rocks Horizon are looking to make an imprint, so they do, with already a two-man lead currently. Fire elsewhere, going to pick up on Rorik. Slive, quickly hungry, does take it away, and not only a one-man lead for the attacking side, as they look to get a bit of an easier entry into sight, so they did through windows as well, but it's going to be down to the cross, held by Geekei to deny it. One from behind. White could be very dangerous here as the plant is going down. That is held by the side of the IQ, and now approaching the situation. They know they need to find a way to stop it. The C4's still there. The timing isn't. He detonates. He gets it. And Hungry with a second now, blowing up a fire there to keep it. And APAC to finish the job as Rocks Horizon are now still in the game, alive for one more and one round away from equalizing it out.
A much better showing there from Roxy. I'll admit it was a little bit show, a little bit shaky. Wasn't quite convinced at the halfway point of that one. But as the game went on through, they got the job done. They just saw a golden ticket into the objective to get that diffuser down. Got some key kills, went in there, got the job done. Exactly what we need to be seeing more from them, because it's the first Geekei defensive loss we've seen. Obviously, they lost the last match. It's the first one we've seen on stream. So, obviously, if we didn't see it, it didn't happen, is obviously how this one works. Regardless, operator bans come on through Maestro and Montaigne being removed. All the shields, the trifecta has been taken off the board for Rocks Horizon. Oh, not all.
Oh.
Everyone forgets about him, myself included.
Who even plays Fuse in the big 2025? Let's be real. There's a reason it is the big trio, right? We have the Monty, we have the Blackbeard, we have the Monty, and then we have the dark, voidy corner. That's the Fuse. And maybe Osa, if you counter. Would we count Osa as like an official shield?
You know that meme of like the pool and then there's just that skeleton on the bottom strapped to a chair?
Yes!
That's Fuse and Osa.
That is Fuse and Osa. I mean, it is what it is. It's interesting because you have trade-offs, right? You can either go for really powerful bans like Rocks Horizon are going, something to necessarily also, I would say, specifically ban out against the enemy team that has been used quite frequently, such as the Mirror and the Maestro, right? But for the side of Geekei, they just don't want to be facing shields.
Yeah, and you know what? Fair enough. Neither do I. Shields are scary right now. Shields are terrifying, and Rocks, they are good on them. You know, they have some very capable shield players on that team. And obviously the fact that despite being able to use one of the worst of the bunch, and that's your only option, that they still want to commit to the shield, it says a lot about them and their play style. And it shows that Geekei, especially the staff behind the scenes, because they are going to have that extra backing, have really done their homework here to ensure that they know what they're going up against. And they know Rocks like to play these shields, so let's make it so they can only play the really awful ones.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Fuse does bring out some pros alongside those cons as well. The cluster chargers are going to be fantastic at clearing out the utility that Geekei have been so loving, right? They have these Amis, they have the Goyos, they have the Echo, they have the Rune. That is all utility that Fuse can potentially get rid of. I mean, depending on the circumstance with the Rune, but you know what I'm trying to say. And of course, it is something they can work alongside, but the verticality is still something that they're not going to be letting go of. PRV on the RAM, and at the same time, drones are something that Rocks Horizon 2 tend to use, not only default, but Twitch to counter out the Goyo directly. And the Fuse cluster seems to be utilized less for utility taking out, but more for verticality and ease.
Yeah, it's one of those hidden features. Well, not exactly hidden, but lesser used focuses of
Yeah.
the operator there. You can use it here to cover the verticality, get things that open up, and instead, Balu, a bit more traditionally here, going to be sending the cluster charge on down towards the objective, just ensuring that hatch does get opened on up. No foul play from there, and really just sending those in because that freezer can be quite a common hiding spot for these yokai drones. And obviously, all of those explosions, a drone, not a mini match for them, will just be taken off the cards. So final 75 seconds or so at around now, Rox Horizon really need to look at how they're going to get this over the line. They've got good control. They've got most of the things on the checklist done up until this point. But now, what can they do to close out the round here? Packball's in a bit of a tough spot, but using those keeper barricades going to be surviving a little while longer, and it's going to force the players of Rox Horizon to get this as a 5-on-5 execute. Ooh.
Holding down the damage, Rexon is trying to keep his fort unentered. And the hatch drop at any moment. The smoke there will be blindsiding him for the time being, not allowing him to have any clear vision. The drop from Rox Horizon, more than intended, flashes going out, and it's going to be a signal on the go, go, go! BMS is going to find Packbull as the opening. Bloodshed, and currently also the Izami on board. The plan could be going down, but you need to find yourself that default position without any C4s there to interlope. Flashes there. Again, Geeke have two players coming in from red side, which definitely could be a fantastic opportunity to cut this attack in half. A bit of damage delivered, but Rox Horizon needs to start committing, and more actions, less speaking. BMS now puts it up, steps up to the task, gets one, gets gotten, and that's Rexon stepping in to make sure it's not going to be completely flawless. But the hole here from the attacking side, we need to get the plant down. If the Havana here dies, it's Rexon coming in. He spots him, he takes him out, and no one there to stop him in his tracks. Oh God, what are we thinking? Rox Horizon, it was right there.
They're playing VIP the entire round. There's someone in there. You knew it. He was trying to sniff at your feet right before you dropped the hatch. You know there's someone on that side of the map, and you just ignored them. You let them slide, and Fuse just can't quite get there far enough. And Rox Horizon, I think they realise the blunder that we've just witnessed there. I think they realise how much of a round they've just thrown away. That was under their control. There was an Echo drone lurking around. They got it taken care of. They were getting the plant down, but just neglected the most important factor from Geeke, and they were able to take the round because of it. Now, tactical timeouts being called because, like we said, Puffo, this is now elimination point here for Rox. If they can't get these next two rounds and force us into the second overtime of the series, their qualifier number one here for Rumble is done.
What was that? Look, I am in love with how Rox Horizon go about this attack, but too much time spent on trying to figure out and depuzzle the situation. You've already raveled it up enough for the side of Geeke. You don't need to make it that much more complicated for yourself. Go for the plant, find the spot, hold the cover, and make sure they don't die. But what they end up doing is allowing Rexon to not only take out your major fragger in that match, being BMS, but then also come out through the rotation into Freezer, nicely kill the one who's planting, and at the same time completely ignore the shield that is charging on in, because one thing matters most, and when you're an attacker, you need to be wary of the clock.
Yeah, you do indeed. And something I really want to shout out right now from the side of DK is Skipper is having an unusually quiet game. And this is a positive point. Look at Wrexham. Look at Hungary. They have 23 kills and 8 deaths between them. Almost a 3 KD flat. They are really picking up the slack for the other teammates right now. And obviously, Packball Skipper, they do typically play supportive roles. They're not expected to be performing up to snuff. But the impact that Rexon and Geeke, Rexon and Hungary have really had in this game, finding these massive entries, numerous clutches from both players individually, they're really giving Geeke this edge right now. And it's, I think, a factor in why, because I look at Rox, and while APAC, Perth, a lot are having a good performance, it's not exceptional. And exceptional is what we're seeing from Geeke right now.
100%. One round out of the following two, Rox Horizon that goes astray, and you're going to be saying sayonara to these qualifiers. Maybe on to the next, but Geeke get to continue on going, although that's not 100% just yet. Fantastic way to get the X Kairos, but one is going to be more than enough to take out the hatch if it is soft. Packbull still holding it down on his own yet again. This is going to be his building you're walking into, and a welcome mat is not expected just yet, but the entry will be more than brutal here. A lot of utility focus onto it. Verticality here for the defense is going to be more than important, and I'm hoping that, of course, Rocks Horizon can surpass it quickly, although they may not have a shield. Remember the skeletons, Travi? we do get
Yeah,
the Osa.
we do get the Osa, but
Oh,
what we don't get is any more things from Pack Ball in this round here. A very early pick, giving away a little bit for free there. Rocks are going to take there first. Osa's going to be planting her shield down, and you can see Rorik not entirely sure where to look right now. Knows there's pressure on two angles, but movement from this position would all but mean his death. A very difficult one to worm your way out of here. You got to just try and take something down with you, but you're not going to be able to get a thing. Hungary does find fire elsewhere, so at least that's one back to the side of DK right now. But they're a man down, and look at what they've lost. They've lost the DMR, they've lost the castle. All of this top floor is completely collapsed right now, and Rocks, they can start to use this control.
4v3, Rocks Horizon. It's in your hands to keep it. Again, time is something that is going to be very horrific, and we don't want to repeat the mistake from the previous round now, do we? Two players on site directly, Smoke Babes there to shut down Balu, put him out of his comfort position, and take him away from a shield, but he's, instead of trying to wait for the smoke to dissipate, he's simply going to be backing off to top side, which of course, our main entry and point for Rocks Horizon here is getting the diffuser into the building and then holding it from above. Skipper going to make that a bit more difficult. Does get spotted out by BMS's drone. And now down to this final battle for the single entry. And Balu's shield here could be coming in quite great.
Yeah, we've been downplaying these last two remaining shields here for Rocks, and well, this is their opportunity to prove us wrong. But Hungry, he wants to cement a deal here and now, takes down BMS, and look at this. Not only has the Churia gate been reactivated, that's the entry into sight for Rockspon. They get it back open, but Apac's got a quad. Can't quite find the ace, however. PRV from behind secures it and keeps Rocks Horizon alive in this series in Rumble Qualifier 1 for just another round. An opportunity to go to overtime, an opportunity to go to Clubhouse awaits them, but they need to get this one more round. It's do or die.
It's do or die, but of course, keep in mind, they need this round to continue, to get themselves a second life. Because overtime then still matters. That's where Geeke on Consulate were able to find that little step over the brim in the previous map. But still, currently, what we need to see is Rocks Horizon lock in for this one more, like you said, a Travi, do or die here, going into round number 12. Match point for Geeke yet again. Are they able to finish it within regulation and get themselves a flawless series 2-0? Or will it be Rocks Horizon stepping up and still showing the fight back they deserve?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Rocks, we know they're a great team. They can deserve this overtime, but they need to get it done. They've burnt all their lifelines. Geeke have match point on themselves, and it's got to be a lot of pressure for Rocks to get this one done. Because you as I say, you lose this, that's your run done. Obviously, you win this for Geeke, you're not qualified yet. Top 6 from our bracket will qualify through onto the main competition. Meaning for Geeke, they need to get themselves not only this game, the next game as well. But it's still a lifeline for Rocks. It's got to be this game. It's got to be Clubhouse, and they've got one more round to do it in. They've got to make this attack work. And well, question is, can they break into dining and mining?
Can they do it? The break-in going to be required. Yet again, the setup here from Rocks Horizon, pretty standard. Procedure should be as it goes. And of course, without shields, they can definitely work around it. They don't like the shields, Geeke don't either, but it's going to be your Grim that you really want to keep in mind, especially for that late game. Yet again, Geeke are good, or can be even better than Rocks Horizon in that end game post-plant, or even just holding you away from it. But this early game, Rocks Horizon, most of the time up until now, you've been smooth with it. Just do not give away the wrong operators.
That's it. Don't give it away at this point. You can't be showing up anything. You just need to play what you've done well. Exploit the weaknesses that you have found in Geeke. We see Geeke get aggressive. Let them get over aggressive, and then let them get comfortable, and then take it right back from them. There's ways into this. There's ways to play this for Rocks, and they need to dismantle this top floor as quickly as they can. We're approaching the halfway point of the round now, and a lot of this top floor resistance still hasn't really been shaken too much. Finally, Hungary's going to take a lot of damage there, prompt him in drop away, as will most of the rest of the team. It's just up to Rorik now, but Rorik's going to be going down, not without a fight, however. Gets fire, And that's one back. Early advantage in the round given away of Geek, and
Oh.
Rorik's not giving anything up.
Oh,
Finds 3, finds 4,
no!
and it's all up
What?
to BMS, but it may as well be done at this point. The 1 versus 5. Rorik on the top floor, unshakable. Wasn't quite in the combine finals, but he's here now, and that's what matters. An ace for Rorik on the top floor, and the game for Geek.
Rorik, Rexon, Geeky are unstoppable. I'm on my knees begging for more. What did we just witness? How did they do it?
No clue, Puffo. 7-5 will be the scoreline there, and it's going to be the game gone for Rocks, unfortunately. They're going to be eliminated from qualifier number 1. Of course, they can come back next week, but that's next week now. You've got a while to wait before that one. And Geek, what an incredible performance.
That is crazy work. We get to see one of the craziest clutches from the side of Geek Rexon coming out the final few moments, and then to sugar it up, to spice it up even more, an ace. Everyone lining up themselves for Rorik to knock them all down. That is mind-blowing. That is honestly probably one of the best performances.
That is just one of those. That's just one of those where you're probably going to look back at that one and just go, if you're Rocks, and go, what do we do? What can we do in that situation? When Rorik's doing things like that, what can you do to stop him? Now, folks, just a bit of admin work here. I am obviously aware that we are on a little bit of a delay, so we're going to have a very short break, because I believe the next quarterfinal that actually is between, it's going to be between 8vs and Geek. I believe that one is ready and already started, so we're going to take about a minute or two's break, and we're going to be into the next series of the afternoon. So grab a quick drink, grab a quick snack, and we will be back with you all in just a couple of moments, so don't go anywhere.
Okay. Whew. Well, that was certainly an interesting matchup we had between Geek and Rock's Horizon. But We are now back. We are ready to set it off between Geeke and Aitvaras, who are going to be facing on Chalet, Skyscraper, and Consulate. And just to revamp, what holiness did we witness, Travis?
We witnessed probably one floor of Cafe, the soul man up there. I thought he was going to drop. I thought he was a goner. And well, the only goners in that round were Rox Horizon. All five falling to the man, the myth, the legend himself with DMR in hand. And well, it got Geeke the game, and it finds them here in the quarterfinals of qualifier number 1 against 8 Russ. And that's a perfect opportunity to really bring us to what this whole qualifier game means, because this one is the big one. You win this, you are qualified.
You know, I'm still a bit taken aback from the previous map, but now we have to focus on what's ahead of us. Chalet, Geeke, Haitvaras. Going out for the first bans will be a zombie for Grim, I think more than reasonable, with the amount of head holes and spaces, nooks and crannies that Chalet tends to offer. A Grim is the best way to counter it, and well, Geeke want to use it instead. So the Azami here, on the other hand, I don't think I need much of an explaining. As it comes to this one, the Blitz is going to be interesting because you have 3 shields, and to only focus on one will definitely initiate that Geeke don't necessarily want to be on the receiving end on a lot of aggression, while Aitvaras don't want to give Geeke the opportunity to protect themselves with any reconstruction, seeing as the Azami and Castle are banned.
I think the one thing we really saw from Geeke's defense in the last game, and perhaps either of us were watching a little bit of it, was the fact that Geeke were not giving up ground.
Yeah.
They were fighting for it. They were holding territory for as long as they can. Operators like the Azami, who can really rebuild areas after they've been destroyed, provide a little bit of cover. They can be so useful in facilitating the way that Geeke like to play. What concerns me here is the operator that Packballs immediately hopped
Yeah.
onto, who slipped through the ban phase for the first time. Because if we're talking about an operator that can create mobile fortresses, that can really bring the battlefield back to the attack, I think Clash is almost textbook that definition.
Yeah, it's the best when it comes down to it, especially pushing back, given the opportunity to retake as well. That's the one thing that I think Aitvar's left out to be slipped, and Packball is going to be taking full granted of it. Although Geeke, it's up to you to play it correctly, and of course allow Packball to be that forward shield, and for you to work off of that aggression as well. And of course Aitvar's, however they're going to be responding with it, they have many options. Besides the Ying, that will definitely be only one of the few elements that the attack currently has to take out Packball. It's also the Capital and the Sledge, which can knock back and destroy the shield if hit with its hammer.
Yeah, and Packball putting her immediately to use is staring outside of the window. Beautiful shot here from Nanos. Beautiful shots from Choco as well. Takes down Hungary there. Player inside of Library dropped quite early on here. And a key area of the map is already up for grabs here, possibly by Aitvaras, if they can just shake these last couple of defenders. No mirror on the board this round. Border side of Geeke means that the Library hopping should be easier than typical for the attacking side. Force a bit of utility on through it, especially with the other angles that now have to be watched by Rorik. He's got a choice, go aggressive or go home. For Packball, it's go home. For Rorik, it's get aggressive. And Ivera still hold the man advantage right now as the 1-for-1 maintains the lead for the attack. And it just extends further as Swaz finds 2. And Rorik, the hero of Cafe, now left to ace up yet again.
To ace up yet again, it's 3 kills standing between him in the first round, while for Aitvaras, vice versa, as only Rorik remains between all the 5 that Geeke had to offer. Does have the glasses, can definitely counter out some flashes, but needs to find these shots first. A bit of a tap, not able to find that headshot, and it's Swaz here with his triple domination that truly ends up finding the round. And Geeke, with their positioning, might not be the most confident, although able to hopefully bring that a bit brighter going into these following rounds.
Yeah, Iverus, a beautiful start here to their Chalet. And now they get themselves that lead up, but you've really got to give it to Swaz there. Triple on the DMR. Those DMRs, they've been hitting incredibly hard lately, as well as the utility they provide. Obviously, open up hatches, fair bit of destructive power with them as well. They're a mainstay of a lot of attacking lineups. Reason to see why they're being brought so frequently. Not in this initial one, but you never know what we're going to be seeing. For Geeke is return to Bard Gaming and see if they can right the wrongs of the previous round with a different looking lineup.
Geeke Esports here Also going to be switching out the Clash, interestingly enough, to bring in the Mira. Now, I think why that's so important is because we saw Eidvarus step in and make initial contact with Sight simply by hopping into the game's window, right? They got themselves a
Mm.
kill. They killed the Clash due to that, and not much of denial against it, which is also bringing about not only Rexen's Frost, which could potentially be a counter, but Packball's Mira, which I imagine is also going to be supporting these defenders on the top floor and the library hold, which they had some issues with.
Yeah. And now, well, round number two is going to get started here. Hungary already preparing a run out quite early on the Jaeger. Historical for run outs, maybe not so much now the ACOG's gone, but still very much prominent. So that 416C hits like a truck, has a good amount of range in it compared to a lot of the defender arsenal. So it's a good option there. If you want to stick your head out a window, try it and get something going. Speaking of getting things going, brother Swaz is going to be getting a lot of utility, a lot of value here. Both a Malusi Banshee and a bulletproof camera hacked quite early on, and already this heavy utility game being brought by Geek, it's working against them.
Advarers don't usually go for this long take, right? They don't step all the way from offices. They
Ooh.
don't step at all because Damatage just had a C4 under his feet and Packball detonated on site, took him out. And the opening here won't be going for the attackers, but quite opposite as Geeky not only get an operator, but out of all of them, it's gonna be the Ying.
Yeah, that is going to be a massive blow for the attack because other than the smokes in the pocket of Swaz, you've got no flashbangs. You've got nothing really to facilitate the plant going down here. And for DK, you couldn't have really asked for a better opener to this round here. But YZN does want to find one back on towards Hungry there, chewing off a little bit more than he can eat in Library. Choco almost finds a similar fate, however, able to escape with his life, only taking about half HP of damage. And the key for this time for Geek is to not forfeit this Library control so early on. Maintain the man count, maintain the players, and ensure that when you do have that eventual retreat back to the objective, you're not doing it a couple of men down.
GK Esports here, waiting for Eidvarus and their large step into the building, but it's not showing itself just yet. The attackers have realized the loss of the Ying could possibly be a detriment for their post-plant, and it's something they need to find a way around. Now, of course, with the Thatcher EMPs, it's going to be a lot of information denied. Now, that's not something to counter out the Frostmat, so when you're going to be vaulting in here, you still need to be very cautious, but you need to be more cautious of the entry. Very direct from Reese himself as he takes out Packbull, overtakes the site itself, and look at the panic from Geeky Esports. They all rush down to support each other as the plant hasn't gone down just yet. The initiation from Virus is looking to show itself, but the rest of the attackers didn't seem to follow in the footsteps of the sledge.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was just absolute chaos for 30 seconds there. YZN on the receiving end of a Frostmats picked themselves back up, but now limping around, does finally recover the diffuser. It gives GK a window to revive Rorik, and now we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3 situation. And I feel like it's turned on its head yet again. GK now have the advantage. Any and all chaos, illusion that was prone by Ivaras is completely gone, as are their players. It's all up to Swaz 4-0, but can't quite get the last two he needs there. From inside of Pantry, Geek make it happen, and they get themselves their first round here of the series, and we're yet again tied up.
Varus here should have had it. I'll be completely honest. Now, of course, it was a huge step up. Yet again, they're really good at punishing what GK leave open for them. They stepped inside the site. Not only the building, but the sledge just ran on in because there was no coverage. Of course, the Warden and the rest of the teammates were so preoccupied with this library hold, which it does have a lot of meaning. But when your only player on site is taken out due to the sledge just running and gunning, it doesn't make for a good deal because then the rest of the defenders are forced back down onto site and they have to act a bit rash, which in the end, of course, Geek are good at rationing out their own type of chaos, but Ivarus, not so much.
Yeah, and that is really going to be a punisher there for Ivarus. Yeah, as you say, Bob, it's a round that they probably should have gotten. They were comfortable. They had control of sight, and whether it was the diffuser being left outside, YZ entered the frost mat, the chaos that they tried to bring bit them in their own butts a little bit there, and it costed them quite severely. Geek, they're going to start to build up around, and that's the issue. With Geek, they build momentum. You don't want to let them start doing that here. You're obviously going to be on the attacking side of Chalet as Ivarus. You need to make sure that you're getting these rounds as early as possible because it is one of those difficult sides. It's not ideal to be starting on it. And Geekate, they could build the momentum from the previous game, continue to apply it here. Ivorus, they've got a golden opportunity to stop them in their place. And now as they go towards different site, we're going to be seeing kitchen play out. Is this going to work out better for the defense?
It's going to work out better for the defense. I guess we're going to have to see an unusual play here and instantly opening up this window, trying to find any from the GK players off guard, but sadly not so. Itvarus now continue. They've already opened up into Fireplace, and this library side is being heavily contested, as well as all the windows being opened. Again, you want to apply that Phantom presence, not have the defenders feeling too confident, because when you give GK confidence, the results can be quite drastic.
Yeah, you give DK anything, confidence, bit of territory, they are most certainly going to be looking to take it. Entry now for the attack in towards library side of the map, start to work their way across here. The standard horizontal clear, and you have players like the Mantas as well, working through towards more bathroom solarium side of the map here, but you can see GK sense there's only 1 or 2 players over towards this area, and they're willing to challenge, they're willing to contest, and an early advantage here. It could funnel Whiteverse into a one-sided attack, but the only thing one-sided there was that gunfight as the Mantis rips head clean off of Rexon.
Rips it off clean, nicely, rolling off the shoulders, and just like that, it seems like the final conversion to this top floor might be happening around an interesting way to get yourself Mavericks and shut down this one player around the half-wall main breach of this top floor. Just try fighting back against it and peeking, but Skipper, your only way is either get out or challenge. He takes the former and now is still completely locked out from all sorts of direction now, as Itvarus have not only gotten the opening, but they keep up this pressure. They're looking to continue it as fast as they possibly can. With 1:10, it's not going to be a lot of time remaining with players nonetheless, as Keeper finds himself two in all this chaos amidst it. He finds thriving and greatness, supported by Packbull. It's going to deliver a damaging blowout to Itvarus, as they're left with only 2 players to fight back against the defensive with not much of a clue besides where one of the major damage dealer lies. The grenade takes him out, 45 to make up for it, and the upstairs site has been completely left to dust.
With the amount of guns they're trained at Skipper through those Maverick holes, there is no way he should have been surviving. No way he should have been getting away with that much. But yet again, it's a good situation for Ivorus that's just completely gone to the wayside. Off the back of some pretty clever Aurora usage, dare I say, they now have to find themselves in this horrible situation that no one wants to be in. You're in a 2 versus 3. You've got 1 frag grenade, no smokes, no flashes to cover the drop, and you've got 15 seconds to get into sight, get the diffuser down, or get these kills. Here comes drop, but the only thing dropping is the attacking players themselves as GK come alive in this round here. Now, still the lead.
Lucky drop from top, not going to work in your favor, and now GK have dethroned Itvarus of the lead they claimed and have not been able to persist with ever since that first round has been over. Now on to this third ban, and I'm interested to see how it's going to go. I imagine that GK don't want to be playing against anything like the Brava. Okay, that's interesting. The Brava has really been a thorn in their side, while the Valkyrie, on the other hand, I have seen it from GK, but not necessarily that commonly. Have we even seen the Valkyrie that much? I wouldn't call it like a ban that's something that would hurt Geeky.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I would have banned something like the Mirror, the Clash, you know, that
Even
restrictive play style.
the Tubarao, we saw Skipper on as well.
Yeah, there's a lot more target bans there, but instead it's the Valkyrie. An interesting choice from Ivorus, but you know what? Where there's a will, and especially at this stage in the qualifiers, we're in our top 8 teams now. There has to be a reason for it, whether it's a default or bad. Obviously, Valkyrie, it can't go understated how strong she is. It's not really what Geek have been leaning on here, but what's to say they weren't thinking that perhaps in the later rounds, or maybe Ivorus, they didn't have the intel and they just felt like they were being watched, because the way that Geek play, it can sometimes feel like they're everywhere all at once, and you know, that's indicative of a Valkyrie, but obviously not the case.
Obviously not the case, although their choice hasn't been made. And you made your own bed. Now, Itvarus, you have to lay in it and also come back potentially. Now, this is going to be a map that I would consider a tiny tad bit more attacker-sided. It's something that very heavily goes for aggression. Aggression on Chalet is complemented by the map itself, and Geeke, even though they're on the defensive and the attackers normally have a bit of an upper hand when it comes down to that playstyle, Geeke have been thriving off it very heavily. We've seen it on Skipper, we've seen it on Packbull, we've seen it on everyone, let's be honest, but it's only round 3, around the 3 rounds that have passed up until this point, and now it's going to be back to the same old-fashioned Skipper with a shotgun up close. Hines reads as the opening not only the Nomad, but how does the mute of all operators do it?
Yeah, Skipper, he's normally your backline. We spoke a little bit about on Cafe previous series how Skipper's been a bit quiet, a little bit at the back of things, but here on Chalet, well, he's in his element. Certainly the snow bringing out something. 6-2 up right now, and it takes the Nomad off the board, which for the rest of GK is a sigh of fresh air. Look at how extended this hold is. They want to play for every little bit of the map, and now, well, the man's just scared, gonna corner himself with the fire for a moment because there's GK members all angling to try and get this pick on the Blackbeard.
GK are hungry. They are right now starving. One kill was clearly not enough for them, and they want to split it about. Rexon going to be dealt a tiny bit of damage now. Long reaches with breaches. X-Kyra's here to open up more opportunities and a better hold over the side, but gonna get quickly shut down by Rorik as he shoots them out of left field. And in the meanwhile, another exchange here, not going to be favoring Guidvarus, not even able to catch up on a trade, as Rexon finds the second for Geeke here. And that's a 3-5 already, but the attackers need to start pushing. Rather, it's going to be Skipper dropping from out of nowhere. Pulls out the shotgun as well. Close up on the last one. Choco downed. Not much of a choice. And all left to Swaz, who's currently getting shot up on the side of West Lobby. Tries finding wall bangs. All of these openings are going to be made. Takes a bit of damage off of Rorik. But what do you truly do? There's not much of a hope left in a flawless. Where does Skipper come from? What? This thing's got Batman?
That round for me was GK at their very peak. An interconnected web. You have the players inside of the objective, inside of barrels, trying to hold down the fort. You have the Fenrir on the on West Staircase, denying any ex-Kairos breach attempts there, not letting a wall get open. And you can see there, Swaz outside of West Main, wanting to make the hop in to challenge the Fenrir, but can't do so because Skipper is on the mute inside of Dining, trying to hold the fort down and doing it perfectly. Every time, every challenge that is posed by GK, there's 2 more players enabling that player from behind, from away, and Ivarus can't just quite get themselves to address the root of the problem. The player that's enabling all of these other GK players, they can't break the chain, and the GK, they're able to chain their 3rd round together in what brilliant fashion, really.
Skipper! That man dropped from hatch. Honestly, Geeke have been playing such a fun match. I think Geeke have been having a blast today. They woke up and they didn't choose necessarily violence, but they chose coordinated aggression. And that's something, again, on Chalet, it's going to be a fantastic lead to victory. This is something they can really work off. And of course, the scoreline is going to be proving it, as they've already gotten themselves a draw at the bare minimum going into the first half. But as we continue, Barn Gaming, we've seen some chaos evolve here and, of course, be proven. Can it be shown again?
Can they do it again? These are the big questions, because right now, EK have been looking incredible. Really warmed up to this game, and despite the first round loss, they've since that point, they've just been looking better and better and better as time has been going onwards. But Ivarus, it's a bit more of a default looking lineup here. You do have to KB to hunt down these roamers. You've got Flores to clear out utility, Capital to try and flush out these players, as well as give that smoke to enable any site pushes. But for the time being, Ivarus, they just really need to get something going in this round. They need to get it early, because Geeke, I feel like the longer this sits in a 5 versus 5, the more it's just favoring Geeke and the defense right now.
It's interesting that Ivarus are bringing a Thatcher. Now, to specifically pick the Thatcher to deny utility is an interesting one, to say the least. Now, we don't necessarily have anything to deny breach, so of course it will be there to stop Maestros, to stop Fenrirs and Malusis, meaning that Ivarus and their attack are ready to press a button, and once they do, utility is meant to be shut down, kills are meant to be popping, their favor, of course, and Reese, they're opening it up fantastically onto Packball, who won't be worldwide no longer, and Geeke are now going out of bounds to make sure Ivarus pay tenfold for the loss of their player. Rorik there with a double, continuing got the streak, and absolutely no one to shut him down while at it. All left down to the striker, to the Thatcher,
no!
one drop to the Frost, and Rexon with a shot on the L2A3 for the final say, as Geeke have now won their first half. 4 rounds already, can it get any better?
Good job, Geeky. That is
Good
round
job.
5 that we've just seen. Good
You
job.
get like a single caster clap. You know, you get like an
You,
applause from me and
you
Trek.
get like a nice little applause. That was round 5, and what a round it was. Geeky said to Averus, "Hey, you're killing Packball. Well, we can't be having that. No." Just
No.
no, we're going to kill you back. And that's exactly what they did. Really starting to build up the lead. And we can feel it. You can feel it. All of this momentum that Geeky are gaining themselves right now, it's setting them up for a very quick game. Ivorus desperately need to find the form that they had at the start of this game and get themselves a round off the board here, because a 5-1 on the defense of Chalet, Geeky probably couldn't be much happier with that.
Right? That's such a good point because keep in mind, Eidvarus, yes, they have one round. Yes, they're on the attacking side. Blah, blah, blah. Save the excuses for later. Geeky currently have gone on for a 4-round win streak. Once the snowball gets ready, Geeky convert that into an avalanche, which is very fitting for the theme and style of this map. But at the same time, where is the stoppage, Eidvarus? Some of these rounds have not been even remotely close, and Geeky have been performing it beautifully. At Eidvarus, there are moments where you can definitely show to be that potential bringing team that can shut down Geeky at moments. It's just certain moments that allow Geeky to get this groove and keep it riding.
Yeah, and DK, look at this confidence. Packball outside of the main front door, giving a nice warm welcome to the attack from behind the Clash Shield here. Shocking, ready, not going to be challenging it. Swaz is just like, we'll just wait for him to go, because challenging it at this point is going to be very, very costly. Packball going to be suppressed there, eventually choosing to fall on back just a little bit to safety, but statement's been made, and more importantly, Puffo has 30 seconds wasted already for the attack, just limiting their options, limiting their time, and it's going to make things harder. And those 10, 20 seconds that was wasted, that could really be a difference maker in this round.
Geeky are feeling good, taking on the throne on the spot. Not going to be allowing too much information here for Damataz, as he wants to make headway into Zalarium. A bit of damage onto Reeks. Now it's going to be a bit dangerous to take out your striker too early on. Eidvarus don't want to be heading off and giving too much of a lead onto Geeky here. Taking out the Maestro. Interesting approach from the Monty to go alone. We do see someone for the run out. Legion Rexon testing the patience and, of course, how reactive Eidvarus will be. The Monty set in trophy currently, seeking out for any victims, and also setting up fantastically for these attackers to maybe get an easier entry.
Yeah, gonna be setting themselves up nice and easily. Choco gonna be getting the Selma breaches onto the wall there. Do that before you get eliminated from this lobby, being contested there on the trophy window. Rorik takes down Demantas there, and the opener goes the way of Geeky. And interestingly enough, Averus, they've actually been getting a lot of entries into these rounds here, but
Oh,
they can get themselves into this one,
hey,
but not for long. Packball pops up, takes down Riaz. YZM falls not too far away. Choco and Swaz here to try and deny the 4-5-1.
4-2. Difficult. What are we going to be doing? Not much. Skipper doesn't let it go away astray and finds the second as well. The performance from Skipper in this map has been phenomenal, and there has been not a single foe nor challenger to stop him. The champion persists. 5-1 split. Geeky currently on a 4-round lead and a 5-win round streak, not being staggered, frozen, or melted, as Eidvarus are starting to feel the burn. And you know what I've noticed, Travi?
Yeah,
There's two different objectives, right? The objective from Eidvarus, let's take for example the prior round, was to shut down the Clash, throw the EMP impact, and deny their utility. That's the objective that Eidvarus are coming out with. Geeky, on the other hand, you know their objective is pure demolition. Just
oh
go
yeah.
for the kills. It's Call of Duty for them.
Yeah, literally. It feels like we're playing Call of Duty. It feels like we're just in one of these lobbies. FYI, Black Ops 7, it doesn't come out for another couple months, but Geeky, they're warming up already, getting themselves prepared for it. And right now, Ivarus looking a little bit behind the curve. They move on to the defense, and all we can hope is that for their sake, this other half, this defense, it proves fruitful for them. Because if Geeky keep going on the way they've been going, this one, I don't think we're going to be on Chalet for much longer. And just to top it all off, Bob, Chalet, you see in the top right, it's the map pick of Icarus. This is not
Yes.
Geeky's map pick even.
It's interesting that Geeky ended up going for Skyscraper as their second because
Yeah.
Skyscraper, it's a bit more utility focused. Now, of course, I'm not saying Geeky and their utility haven't been bad, but their aggression has been so much better. I imagine there would be more preferable picks, although possibly that's what we ended up having banned by the side of Varus. Whatever matters not. It's the main point right now is what is the fact that Varus are losing terribly on their own map as it currently stands. And Travi, you are right. It is worrying, but just maybe, this is going to be one of those moments where Varus finally start picking things up.
Yeah, and you have to hope so, indeed. And just to pull up some stats and some numbers for you folks at home, in the last couple of months, Chalet, it's 6-0 for Geeky. They love this map. It's actually one of their most played maps, and it's one they're very, very, very good at. Skyscraper, it's not so frequently bought, only one time played recently. They won it. Not sure what the score was, but Chalet, it's a very comfortable map for DK, and this could be a side that Ivor's perhaps maybe didn't get to do their homework as perfectly as maybe they have wanted to, because DK, they're obviously comfortable here, and we're getting a pure demonstration of it.
We're getting a demonstration. We found the blueprint. GK already showing it in the previous best of 3. Now they're executing it on the spot. And no, don't you dare do it, Raze. You're fighting fire with fire, but Geeky might be a bit too hot for you. Simply backs off. Rexon not looking to challenge it early on. Spots ahead for a moment. Timing here, the Scorpion definitely is something that brings a lot more comfortability to the defensive player. A lot of information from the single line scan. And speaking of the line, it seems like Reese has won it. Aurora comes in quite quickly for the refrag. Reese for the second. The L is not stopping. And just like that, Ivarus for now get to keep themselves in a 4v2. Will it be confirmed? The Frost is trying to get it. Yes, we do. Hungry returns it, but matters not as Reese is going off. He gets every single one of them. They line themselves up, and the bowling ball is out.
You said it, Puffo. Scorpion, go. And that's exactly what happened in that round there. Riaz proven it perfectly. And well, they start off their defense in a flying fashion there. Now, Riaz insta-locks right back onto the Hela. No surprises there whatsoever. The impact she had in the previous round. The thing is, with that Scorpion, it's a pre-fire machine. It has such a high rate of fire, and obviously in Siege, one shot from the head, that's enough to kill anyone at any range. It's such a great weapon for this situation, and Riaz playing it perfectly there. And a round like that, that's got to be a mental switch on for Riaz especially, but hopefully Ivarez as a whole.
I think so. I think the rest of the team are actually starting to share that confidence. Raze was only the Kickstarter, right? The rest of the team are now looking to follow along his path. And if this one play is what it took, then so might it be. If that's what ends up bringing and building this fantastic rivalry between the two in the quarterfinals as well, keep in mind, we're getting close to a big distance. We've already traveled from yesterday. We are now at one of the few stops that remain. After this is the semis, then it's the grand finals, and Geeky and Hagvirus are both fighting for their best chances at it.
Yeah, and obviously the big important mention is this is the elimination game here, or this is the qualification game, or it's not actually an elimination game. The loser will head down to a separate bracket with all of the other people eliminated in the quarters, but we're going to put that on pause for a moment because Skipper's just walked on him fine YZN. Demantis takes Rorik right back though, but Skipper gets another 13-3 so far, quiet on the previous map, loud as ever here on Chalet, and well, Ivorus, they wanted to fight aggression with aggression, but I think they're realizing that Geeky are as much bite as they are bark.
Reese may not carry a cape, but this is the hero we yet again need. Now, if he's able to fly in and pick himself at least one kill, it will be more than enough to set back Geeky to an equal standard where maybe they're not as confident no longer. Currently, they do have a player above Ivarus. Chucking nades, trying to find that entry onto the game window. Rexon just looking to pick off anyone, but Skipper's the one stepping forward alongside Packbolt as they go hand in hand, finding only one to remain on the side of Ivarus. Goes for the swing, finds one, but the last won't stand. Skipper already in sight, 2 steps ahead, and the third kill coming about as just like that, Geeky are back in the game, and the scoreline is starting to look dangerous, but not just dangerous, potentially map ending.
This is it. The map editor. Round number 9. Geeky now have themselves 4 map points to play with. Obviously, we are best of threes now with this stage of the competition, so it's not over yet, but I certainly would be lying if I said I wasn't worried for either of us if they lose this in a 7-2, 7-3 fashion. It's their own map pick, and Geeky have just looked so impeccable on it, despite being the ones challenged on it. And Ivorus, they're going to return to the same objective with a very similar lineup to what they had before, swapping out the dock this time. Obviously, didn't have too much impact in the previous round. They can't be just going for raw aggression. They can't be going for what they do because GK will outclass them. They need to play the games here. They need to be relying on the frost mats, relying on the traps, the mirror windows to give them that advantage, to give them that entry in towards the round. Again, that utility is what facilitates the hero plays from Riaz. And right now, hero plays are what Ivorus are going to be relying on to really get this one and get us to build some rounds back.
I think Varus's lineup here is going to be very decent. I don't think there's much I can complain about. I would hope for a bit more denial. Now, not necessarily entry denial, which we've seen that Geeky can step into the building and turn things on on its head in an instant, which is why I'm loving to see the Ella, I'm loving to see the Melusi and the Mirror, right? But a bit more of that Wamine Jaeger action, because smokes, flashes, nades, we've seen it all from the side of Geeky, and if there's something to deny it, and if you want to have a bit more of an easier hold on the soft floor, and of course not be completely multitasking between if you want to go for the swing or if you want to take the full head-on blow by a grenade, the Jaeger and Wamai can tend to help. But as of the beginning, it's great prioritization that we see from Varus as they're trying to deny their utility from being stolen and taken out already 2 Bravas. And I don't think Skipper's too big of a fan of it, as now he's got 1 Lakin and Domitaz. You should have kept it to yourself, as Skipper was waiting for you, and you step right into his line of sight.
Don't poke the bear. Don't do it, because that's what he does to you. Skipper finding his 16th in only 9 rounds. That's over a 2 KPR. Absolutely ridiculous. Hungry and Rexton lighting up. Choco and Swaz with it all to do. Make it just Choco. A demolishment from Geeky as they close out the half. They close out Chalet in incredibly strong fashion, and they will be going into Skyscraper and map up.
Geeky, what are we witnessing? That is a fantastic map. In the beginning, a 7-2, not only playing for the mental, but at the same time trying to speed run yourself through the qualifiers. Calm down, reserve yourself. The semifinals and grand finals also wait. You don't need to be so fast, but if speed is something that packs them best, let them unravel. Holy, that was a match and a half. I like the fight back that we got to see from the side of Varus, but it was not enough. And when you try to mimic the playstyle of your enemies, it can tend to go backfire. It can also get you around, as Ray showed us perfectly on that Scorpion. But in the end, that was a good round 1. I think Varus got it in the second, because Skyscraper is a bit more low town. Unless we get proven wrong by Geeky, which honestly I wouldn't be too surprised by.
It's as I said, it's uncharacteristic for Geeky. You look at their map preferences. Maps like Skyscraper don't. It's one of their lowest. I think it's actually the map they've played the least. Yeah, it is the map they have played the least out of all 9 ones in the pool recently. So maybe they've been saving something. Maybe they've been cooking something up, because obviously, as we said, this is the qualification game. You know, obviously there are more games later on today, but this is really the one that probably matters the most. If you can get this job done here and now, you're qualified for the main Rumble stage. And obviously, Geeky, they won Combine. They're going to be looking to defend their title as the T2 champions so far. They're going to want to be carrying that through into the second of our main competitions, and they're going to want to be carrying it on into the second map. Now, for us, the second map is only a couple of minutes away, so we're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we're going to be back, Skyscraper is going to be coming up, and we're going to find whether it's qualification for Geeky or whether we're going to need to be going to Consulate. So, we'll be back in a few. Well, Puffo, at the start of the day, you asked us, are we ready to rumble? And if there's one team that is certainly ready to rumble so far, it has been Geeky. Great
Yes.
showing in the first series of the day. 2-0 victory, and 2 rounds is all that they're going to let slip to the opponent back on Chalet as they take their enemy's map pick from them 7-2. And now they're going into their own map pick of Skyscraper with a 1-0 advantage and 7 rounds away from qualifying for Rumble.
7 rounds away within regulation from qualifying, and that is just phenomenal. I think Geeky deserve it. Again, the entire stack has been proving, of course, there were individual plays, but they were spread throughout the entire team, right? We have not seen a name that hasn't popped out onto the kill feed to completely turn it into orange. And of course, as we're going to be going on to Skyscraper, I'm hoping that maybe the side of Alvarez managed to work this map, because a third map with Geeky is just a dream come true.
That is certainly going to be it. A third map of this, because as you said, Skyscraper is much more utility focused. Between these two sides, it's going to be a really interesting map to see clash. It's not one that GK pick up a lot. It's one of their rarer choices. So are they cooking up something, or are they just wanting to have a little bit of fun here and take it to Skyscraper? Because once you look at our third map, it's one of GK's favourites. But we've got to see if 8vs can take us there. We've got to see whether they're going to be able to bring us all of the way through to map number 3. So map number 2 of our quarter-final here of the Rainbow Rumble qualifier number 1. Let's get it underway.
Get it underway at Varus. Going to be starting off on defense. Geeky on the attack. And let's see how that's going to be interrupting it. How that's going to be affecting their bans majorly, because although one of these teams really hates the shields, the other goes by what the enemies tend to play. Now, maybe that's going to be transferring on from the previous map. I do heavily doubt it, though, but for the first ban, it will be the Monty. It will be the Cade. I think on this map, you want to get rid of the Cade and ban it as soon as you possibly can, and the Monty, I think, speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very standard set of bans here. Nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too adaptive of what we saw over back on map number 1. I mean, no surprises there, really, all things considered. Obviously, it's going to be very, very important. And a Ying and a Bandit ban. Ying, it's probably the outlier of these ones. It's still a very impactful ban, and especially with the aggression that we've seen from Geeky today, having that Ying, taking that away from them more importantly, it might slow them down a little bit when push comes to shoving towards the execute. But yet again, the guns of Geeky, they sing regardless, flashed or not.
Yeah, 100%. Being flashed is merely a suggestion, right? But for the side of Ying, what I think is most important, right, we have to understand that Skyscraper is small. Not as in map in its entirety, but look at these rooms, look at these hallways. They're very cluttered and crunched together, which is why it also makes it really good for utility, because you can just chuck on utility one after another. And in the midst of that, I mean, you're going to find it to be spread across the entirety of what you want to cover, which with a single Candela, you can flash the entire site with maybe even parts of the hallway, right? That's how great this map tends to benefit anyone that has great spread of utility, which is why we're also going to be seeing the smoke. That's why we're also going to be seeing the Legion. On the attack, I imagine the line's going to come in quite handy. A lot of these util-based operators will show themselves.
Yeah, that's it. Utility is going to be the name of the game here. And for 8vs, I think they need to find themselves. Well, towards the end of Chalet, we sort of try to, I feel like, emulate Geeky a little bit. They tried to copy their opponent because it's working for Geeky, but they're Geeky. You are not. You need to find what works for you. You need to find yourself something that's comfortable for the way the 5 of you play on the side of 8vs, because they, as we said, we've all seen them in their various previous rosters. You know, obviously, Demantis, Choco both played for the Myth roster well, not too long ago. They've had successes in the past. They just need to find their identity, and I think we need to see that identity here for them to succeed on Sky.
We definitely do, because it's going to be also what Geeky could have trouble playing against. Again, iVirus, you can play with Geeky on their own game, but you're going to find a lot more trouble amidst it. And now, as we currently head into round number 1, Geeky on the attacking side, lovely Hibana trick. I do imagine it's going to be pulling it off. Doesn't seem to be correctly placed, but maybe a second chance. Although still opening opportunities here for some shots to be coming through. The keep-up area there to lock you out of any position such as it, while the majority of the players from Geeky Esports really really want to get aggressive upon this Geisha. And oh, God help us with that pre. Oh, poor Kairos. Oh,
Oh
no.
no. Please tell me this gets open and doesn't leave like an inch there. I'm gonna
Oh, that
stop.
would be
I think
horrible.
that's open. Okay, thank God for
Thank
that
God.
because I don't know what I would do if either of us couldn't quite get in there. Little old bit of reminder of, dare I say, the fun shenanigans we see in APAC, but this is EU. I, I expect a little bit higher across the board here, and certainly, at least, it will be done by DK. The Manta's going to be taking a lot of damage early on here, but it's actually seemed like it's going to be Rorik fishing for the first pick. Totally unaware of Choco, who's able to quite find it, but Skipper's moved in. Skipper's got two. Will eventually be shut back down by Riaz, but now the Ella stuck in a really difficult corner, and two of the players fight for us. Look at their low HP.
Riaz, what are we thinking? Pulling out the pistol, trying to be a bit overzealous. That's where Hungary is going to be coming in for the punish. And just like that, Eidvaras have now cleared out the smoke for the time being, slowly let it all cool down, giving themselves and Geeke a bit of headspace. Now vaulting in, site is going to be covered up, and this could be an easy plant. But the one main issue is that Eidvaras currently hold the diffuser. Now, do they realize it? It does very likely seem to be. They're still holding back and trying to play off of it, hold it hostage, and Geeke now need to make a move, but they're not doing so together. Look at Hungry. He's taken the approach himself. Now, if he gets taken out of here, it's going to be quite frankly dangerous. Losing out of bullets, Cross being held, and Drum now preoccupied by the side of Choco at his SMG-11, which is going to be dealing much more than a fatal blow. Still some babes to throw in. Chuck, 15 seconds, get the diffuser. Now we need to get back onto site instantly.
Yeah, that's it. No choice here, but you
Oh,
can't get
no.
onto site. YZM, that's all you need to do. Round winning play there. Absolutely nothing Rexon can do. Gets the trade, a little bit of revenge, but that is all it's going to be. Idverus, they're going to start things off here on Skyscraper. A very well played round. And a key thing is there, it's incredibly well read from them. It shows us that level of understanding that these guys have of the game to realize, hey, we've got diffuser. They can have the site all they want because they can't do a thing with it without that ever so precious lunchbox.
Right, the lunchbox. You're going to be starving. You're going to be hungry. Yeah, pun intended. And Geeke are now starting to lose a bit of that track. Again, the 2v2 there, they definitely could have won it with guns alone. There's positivity in that. That's why they were waiting for Eidvaras. They were hoping that maybe the defenders didn't have a full clue on where the diffuser might lie and giving them that false impression that they're going for the plant. But in the end, Eidvaras can definitely stick to it when they have the knowledge, when their utility still stacks up on, and they can simply play it by the time itself. So they do. Now we head into round number 2. Eidvaras, keep these defenses to yourself. This is a bit more defender-sided, and you need to make sure it stays that way.
Yeah, that's it. It's the defensive Skyscraper, infamous in this map pool. It's important that you don't let Geeke get too many attacks. A good start, and now it's going to force Geeke to try out something a little bit off the books here, a little bit different. We're seeing the Aurora pick come on through. We're seeing the Blitz being brought, and Geeke, they're going to want to control their aggression here, and more importantly, with the Aurora, funnel in these defenders.
Monty might be gone. Blitz still remains. Blackbeard as well. Gonna go for the former. And Eidvaras now, interestingly enough, keeping the right side or the left side, depending on which side you're looking at, of the breach open with some footholds to possibly impact Trick, but at the same time, I doubt the Geek are just going to have themselves free entry. Although wallbangs here, definitely something to take into account. You see the head you spotted, instant tap, and just like that, Rexon is going to be finding himself too with the easiest entry. Geek have now gotten themselves control over the side, and it's the triple for the R4C machine. Rexon, no one to stop him in the moment being. He's making a throne out of his enemies. Fallen skulls to be placed upon it, and a flawless second round for none other than Geek Esports.
I don't think we need to say anything more than that. Skipper said it all for us. Rexon is just better. What a round from Geeke to respond into that one. And if I'm not mistaken, exactly what we saw on Chalet as well. A good first round for Iverus, and then Geeke, they respond. And this time, what a statement that was. No quarter given, no respect given. Charge on in, shoot, get a job done. Iverus are going to be left scratching their heads after that.
I am shell-shocked. How many more Twitch clips can I possibly make? Are we gonna reach the quota of possible clips made on Twitch? This is Geek Esports making plays of a lifetime, but making it seem as if it's a casual Sunday. It is not Geek Esports. A second round like that? Look at the tiny slip up that Itvarus with their communication, lineup, and majorly positioning let go of, where a single player such as Rexhun can turn that small hole into a game-changing gap.
Huge. Huge round there for Geeky. 8 for us now. They're going to be going back to the same bomb site again because there is strength over towards this office objective. It's not something you should be letting go that easily. Geeky, they're not going to be having the shield this time. I don't think we're going to be seeing the rush quite on through. Bit of a slower, bit more of a more typical round. And this is going to be a good estimation of things to come here because really, you're going to want to be coming out of this defensive half 4-2 advantage. You need to be making sure that Geeky can't be coming out of round 3 with the 2 that they already needed. They need to make sure that they are in the lead throughout the majority of this half. And Choco, well, going to be playing the mirror, same position behind the bar yet again, but this time has a window to play behind, so just a little bit safer and perhaps not going to lose his head so early.
Perhaps not going to lose it so early. I'm hoping that perhaps turns into a granted, a guarantee. Because yet again, you give it the opportunity to Geeky, they're not just going to be taking it, they're going to be stealing everything from you, everything you currently have to hold. And in the early equalization, 1-for-1 right now, still with this open breach. Geeky are just snooping around for any opportunity. It showed itself for the moment being, and look at the damage on Swaz. He's being instantly threatened from all sorts of angles on the main breach. He just runs across this rotation yet again, and the damage on Reed's going to convert onto a kill. Breach is now open, and the attackers keep on persisting.
Yeah, and the thing is, Bribers is they're circled on him right now. They're trapped. Rexon's going to go in, find Demantas there, and it's a 3 versus 5 situation. Dare I say, looking like a repeat of the previous round. In comes DK, but out goes Skipper. Diffuser's going on down. Pack will see enough damage, but the C4s can't quite hit. And eventually, Diffuser will be denied there, and that's at least the equalizer in the round, but not for long. Rorik's able to find one back. The revive comes on through. GK hold the man advantage, but at least they realize they can't just run in on a hope and a prayer.
No, they can't. It's a 1 against 2. All down to Choco. Can we keep the lead for ourselves? Sidefires are in a need for it, but sadly not. A small exposure where Packball finds the hole, the gap, and the opportunity to take you home and overthrow the side of Itvarus. Geeky are now back in their game. Their attacks have not looked so flawless, and they manage it every single time. Yet again, Itvarus, their strategy seems flawless, but Geeky always find the flaw.
That's it. It's such a... And the thing is, I feel like he gets most of the other teams in this bracket. Iverus would be putting up a hell of a lot more of a fight right now. They would be looking so good because, in all honesty, they haven't been playing a bad game. They've actually been playing really good, showing some good ideas, some good strategies. It's just been time after time. Geeky, they're just playing at a high level today. They've just woken up, they've chosen violence, and they are just looking incredible right now. First, they do have their work cut out for them because really to come out of this defensive half with anything but what would be considered a good result really is going to be they need to get the next 3 rounds. They need to get that 4-2 split, a 3-3 at the absolute minimum, but even then that's already stretching it.
That's already stretching it. At this point, Itvarus are going to be forced down to the site they firstly found. Now, maybe because of an accidental diffuser drop, but it was a round nonetheless, and this is something they can work off of. Get this round, the following 2, and you've got yourself a promising half. As for Geeky Esports, you do you. You know, that's my best advice. You go on, Kings. Don't be bothered.
Have you ever considered being a coach, Buffo?
Honestly, I'm thinking about it now, but as long as I can get in with Geeky, because this is something else.
I feel like you'd be the Kangaroo Kenny style of coach, where you're just obviously I know Kenny's got the thing is Kenny's got a genius game. Mine's not to take that away from him, but the way he just explodes at the end of every single round, I feel like that's going to be you, like cheerleader behind the team, jumping up and down. And speaking of going fast, getting excited,
oh my god,
getting in this round early, takes down Choco there, and that's the smoke, the time foolage. Well, he will not be stopping anything, and nor will Swaz.
Oh my god, there it comes. Itvarus now bringing in the heat, but the heat is brought to them. Double down, Geeky, tenfold. two players above, and 4v2 currently with Glass nicely smoking it down, just trying to keep his composure. One of the players inside, the other on the opposite side of this current hold, and they're being spread out thin and alone, contested. Sharks around them ready to bite. The C4 there could potentially find the kill, so it does Packbull out of the competition, but the plant not going to be stuck through, it seems like it. Perfect positioning on it, and now going to need the support as he goes in for the melee, not able to find the blitz, but it's going to be this long-range gunfight with the SMG-11 striking, although you don't expect Skipper to be all the way from Geisha as he picks up the final two, drops him down even heavier, and just like that, a 2-round lead for the side of Geek as they're looking to have themselves a quick victory.
Yeah, they are indeed. What are we witnessing? No way that Skipper gets in and does that yet again. And by the way, for the folks at home that are wondering, because I know, Teddo, you were wondering in chat earlier, and in case anyone
High
else here
five.
didn't see it, the fives mean high fives. And I love it. It's very reminiscent to me, as if, I don't know if you'll remember this, Puffo, but way back 2022, I'm talking a few years ago now, the old Rogue roster, after every single round, fist bumping the camera. And for the mental, I think it's such an undervalued portion of this game. It's really important that these teams are, you know, gassing each other up, giving each other the praise that they are deserving. And the fives in every chat, it's a way of doing it that boosts yourself up, but it also lets the enemy team know what kind of vibe you're sitting with. You lose a round in a fashion like that, you see the fives flooding on through, you know where the enemy team are at.
You know where they're at, right?
Yeah.
But Geeky Esports, where are they at? They are way beyond here.
Oh, they
are. The amount of fun, which I just want to take it off track. I think I've never had this much fun on a broadcast. Travi, I think this is probably one of the most chaotic matches we've ever covered.
Listen, we said it in the break, didn't we? You stick two play-by-plays in the room, give them a game like this, and we're going to accidentally cause people hearing damage with how loud things are getting in here. We're not liable for that, by the way. It says somewhere in the Twitch terms of service. Either way, though, we are going to be causing lots of chaos, and this game, it's not been the closest of games, in all honesty. GK have certainly been on another level, but it's delivering on the fun factor. Just time and time again, I feel like almost every round in any other game, it would be a clip. And it just shows you the level of that confidence GK are playing at right now. And credit to Ivorus, they are fighting, but I'm looking at the kills right now, Puffo, and they've got 4 of the members of the team have 4 kills between them. They need to get into these engagements.
One spread across each one, and then YZN with 6 is not the best of looks. And look at Geeky. They're just rushing it on through. They have the information. They're pushing it. They find themselves killed. They find a kill right on after. And Skipper with a great trade, but the refrag is something that you need to manage to be able to get. And a trade here onto this Legion will be dire. Geeky are looking to find it out. The Ash chart to take out the shield. The pushback from the Legion, but not going to be going their way. The second Skipper keeps on taking them down, pulls out the pistol in case anyone wanted to get overzealous and push him back, because that's simply not going to be a statement against this destroyer, the bulldozer that Skipper tends to be. 3 players for Geeky. Yet again, they've turned it around on its head in a moment with a single play. And now Ivarus, yet again, standing with only 2 players to fight against it.
Got the 2v1. You can't keep letting Skipper get away with things like that. You can't get him away with more. He finds the quad, will be traded out, so the ace is denied. But it's all up to Choco now. A couple of toxic babes in pocket. SMG 11 and very much little to work with. DK, they can just let this one sit on through. They've got the Glaz watching the KB, a beautiful cross being held. Let the drones coming in. I almost thought it was about to be a side of over-aggression as Hungary gets found, and it's a 1 versus 1 here. Choco, do not peek this. Wait for him to jump on in. Wait for him to fall. Beautiful composure, and Ivarus will get that second round they desperately needed.
They desperately were craving for. I could already feel the drooling, but Ivarus, we need an extra. This one is going to be huge. If Geeky can have a 4-2, then go on to the defense, you might be looking backed up against the wall. Now, Ivarus, whatever you need to secure it, make sure it happens, especially when it comes down to these team plays. You cannot be allowing Skipper to find quads like these. You are both prepared. We saw the headspace that Geeky, or not my mistake, Ivarus were working with, right? We had the Legion, we had the Goyo, both on one spot, and then knew the Ash was right around the corner, ready to shoot at them and step into their own guns. They were ready for it. There were 2 of them. but they both still ended up going out somehow. Idvarus, this communication needs to be upped just for the moment being, and so it did till the very end. Thankfully, Choco was able to stick it through, and you got the round, which is golden. Golden indeed, but make it better than just gold. Make it greatness.
That's it. Was a couple of rounds ago, we said the bare minimum for Iverse is a 3-3 split. It is not ideal only getting 3 rounds on a skyscraper defense, but you know what? It considering the form GK have looked, if that's all you can do, that's fine. Iverse, as you said, they can't be letting those small little 1v1s, those 2v1s where GK, because you see it where they should be getting punished for their over aggression. They're getting a bit too excited at the moment, and so many other teams would punish him for it. The month has just been reinforced. No, okay, Swaz is just blocking him. They're still having fun with this. You know what? I respect that. You might be 2-3 down, but they are having fun. They are enjoying themselves still, and that's the main thing, right? Because it's a game. We are here to have fun, and hopefully you are at home are all having as much fun as we are here on the stream.
You better be. You better be having as much fun as we are, because honestly, you'd be missing out if you weren't. Geeky here. A fantastic kickoff yet again. Gonna nicely get the ball rolling with Packville's kill onto one of the players, Damataz, the Goyo. Interesting positions and interesting picks as Rexhun is gonna chain it onto a second, with Swaz being the next victim in line. Not much of a fight back from Idvarus yet again. Now they need to find the realization and position that the fight back needs to be brought over to Geeky. They can't just stand still, take these shots like Skipper right now onto YZN and let it happen as it goes, but the punish needs to slowly be displayed. In the moment you are not able to find the C4 there, could potentially bring it about. Choco does get the mark, but not for too long. That Skipper right after pulls out the pistol, looks to finish the job, gets shut down in the meanwhile. That aggression going to be extinguished. Reese now on the comeback potential, a hero play. We've seen it before. Can we see it yet again? Idvarus relying on this one player, spotted him out. The C4 from below here could not also be denying the plant, but also getting him into this 1v1 situation he desperately needs. The sound call.
The office cam. It was still up for a moment there, and while the team frantically switched through the black eye cameras to try and find it, C4 goes, C4 misses. No choice but to open up the Dom panel there to give yourself a way back into this objective, but you're going to need more than that. The fuse has gone down, and so has Riaz. Rexon finds it, and Geeke, they get the 4-2 half they so much wanted, and they are going to be incredibly happy with that one. Iverse, it's time for a reset, because right now, you're in danger.
You are in deep waters against the side of Geeke. Now, I'm not necessarily sure where that Valkyrie camera was positioned, but I would want to work off of it a bit more. Again, that C4 had huge potential, right? You could even just stick it down onto a default plant and get yourself a kill the second you hear the sound call, but the Aurora also brought a lot of strength. The Aurora is an operator that is very situational, but at the same time has a lot of potential. Although not brought up a lot in competitive, as it hasn't been tested to its full, we see it on maps like Cafe Dostoevsky, such as right now Skyscraper, because it gives you and your team isolation that you need from the enemy, so you can be safe and sound from that aggression. Although C4s maybe won't deny that, but definitely random swings from the Valkyrie to find the 1v1. That's what it certainly did. Geeky now 4-2 on the defensive as well, and I doubt they're going to stop swinging.
Yeah, that's it. They are not going to be anchoring in the objective this round. I can almost guarantee you that one, Puffo. They're going to be out and about. If any kills happen inside of the objective in this round, then Geek, I think their game plan has failed. They're going to be keeping things aggressive. Iverus are going to have a hard enough time getting even in the building, but if they can back themselves in the gunfights, play them in 2 versus 1s, isolate and punish the aggression from Geek, there is a window there for them to find something, because we got teased a little bit towards the end of the first half there. Geek, because of how confident they are right now, they're getting maybe a little bit over much so. And if they give too much away, there is potential for Iverus to steal it from them, but we need to rely on them to be able to actually capitalize on that.
Bans are also going to be interesting. Geeky here got rid of the Monty, but also the Maverick. Now, of course, I think tricking here is going to be something they want to utilize to its max. As for Idvarus, I respect the Clash ban, but the mute is also a bit of a sore thumb. Now, of course, the mute is a jack of all trades. You can use it on any lineup, I imagine. It's such a good operator, but it's not something specific, and I don't think it's going to be bothering Geek, although I imagine the purpose of that ban is so that they can drone a bit more freely.
Yeah, I think drones and as well, more importantly, the KB Deimos, those kind of hunting operators, they're gonna
Yeah.
be a lot more safe doing their job when that mute is taken off board here. Only counter, okay,
What?
okay, sure,
What?
why not? Why the hell not? Okay, things are
What?
happening, but that look at who they've lost, Buffo, Hard Breach, Choco, bye-bye.
Oh no! Aitmaras, how does he get away with it? Rorik takes out your only way of breaching it through, while Domitas is struggling to find the Nay connection onto some utility. The Finrir, FNAT, damage even more brought onto Packball, exchanged by Swaz, still ends up winning in a sort of sense. Ogike currently have applied so much Phantom Presence to White Virus where they're terrified to go into any angle.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. What a round we are being treated to. And the best part is, it's only just getting started here. One for one trade, but as you say, I think Geek are going to be more than happy to take that one here because they just can build on it without the hard breach, without the ways into objective. Iverus, they're funneled in on through, and you can see Demantis here finally pushing up here from office side with YZN leading the charge on the Blackbeard. They've got the control over that side of the map now, but they've now got the hardest bit of the game ahead of them. They've got to crack in towards the objective, and without the openers, there's only four ways to really funnel in on through here. And Geeke, they've got C4s, they've got guns watching. It's going to be a very difficult sell here for the attack.
It's going to be extremely difficult yet again. Having that distance be close, a bit of damage onto Domitas here is going to be a huge initiation from Geeke. They're not going off of this battle yet again. They're the ones bringing it to you, Varus. Expect it more. Punish it more. It's taken not only your Heartbreacher, but now also your Dokkaebi, as now just going into the hands of YZN is going to be a great advantage. Varus, hope has been passed down to you. Don't let it be shattered by Geeke once again. Once stuck in Geisha, you need to clear him out. Rexon here is going to be huge potential. Does have the impact, could possibly throw off the Blackbeard. Needs the right coverage. Goes in for the melee. Doesn't find the connect. One from behind. Having his coverage be fantastic, but Swaz with a swing. Able to find Rexon. Also get them the advantage. A lot of damage onto Rorik as he's looking for these head taps. The shield up to deny it. The C4 to take out. Domitas still gets the Blackbeard somehow. And all down to Swaz, who's a victim to their own mistakes. Damage low. HP so as well. And needs to find the bandit. Needs to find the diffuser. Needs to find the plant, but nothing is found. It's all lost and the section taken apart by Kike once again.
Yet again, for Eidfirst, brilliant little bits within a messy round. Little bits of amazing showings there. The Blackbeard with the Grim behind him. That's exactly what you need to be doing because Geeke, they are pushing you one at a time. They are giving you these one-on-one gunfights. And whether you trade them, whether you take them two-on-one, that's what you need to do. That's how you need to beat them. You saw it work, but you need to be doing that entire time. You don't just get one or two picks that way and then let the rest and hope it works. It's Geeke. They have the clutch factor. You need to be doing that throughout the entire round. You can't let that standard drop down below because where there's a will, there's a way, and where there's a frag to be found, Geeke, they're going to find it.
You know what Geeke are so strong at?
Everything.
You know, we noticed it. Eidvarus got pushed back. They went to the main exhibition office side, and what the Dokkaebi didn't expect is for one of the players from Geeke to be so pushed forward into Dragon to a point where you weren't safe. Geeke, the second they know ground can be theirs, they will steal it. They will rob that, put it in the bag. And Eidvarus, if you don't recognize that each single room is a death trap, as long as you don't have it fully under control, Geeke will take that, push it against you, use it, and get the man count in their favor like they always have.
Oh, scary. It's so scary for Iverus right now. What really do you do at this situation? Because you're two rounds away rather from being knocked down. Obviously, you'll be on the point of single elimination. Now you do have that fifth and sixth bracket to try and save yourselves, but you don't want to be going there. You want to be qualifying sooner rather than later. And I think for Geeke, they can smell that blood in the water. They know qualification is a couple of rounds away from them. And we're just seeing a fire that's been lit underneath them, unlike anything I'm used to seeing from any side here. And right now, Iverus play together. trust yourselves, trust your team, and it will work. But they've got to keep the pace up because we're a minute into the round. They've got control over towards Karaoke's side. Now, what do you do with it? How do you contest Dragon? How do you start knocking on the door of that objective and deal with the utility on site?
Who's the first one here to bring about the caveat? Still looking to move forward. Advaris, clearing utility, being very patient with it. But don't give too much patience over to Geeke because they're going to take it and throw it right back at you with double fours. They're more than capable of it. This C4 was dangerously close for Tabataz. Reese is able to start picking up some of these kills. A second as well here. Rexon gonna fall quite quickly after. And in a 5v3, you possibly can lose this. Roar goes for a double swing, and it's all back to even terms. Ground zero. Return it to how it was. An equalization to the mount count. Maybe HP on Rorik not going to be the best, but with the combination of whatever remnants on Geeke currently stand, Hydfaras are still under some trouble.
And now Choco's getting tagged up by the Evil Eyes here, trying to break the barbed wire. Surely he doesn't die to this bit of utility because his team's just died around him. DK, mop up shop, close it out, and now Buffo, one more round, and they have qualified for Rumble. Couple more kills is all they need to get the job done. Idverus, the same situation they found themselves in on Chalet, 4 match points ahead of them, and a whole lot of work to do.
Varus, you have barked up the wrong tree. Criminal what has been done by Kike. They lose 2 players, and they don't turn that into a sort of worry. They use it as a silver bullet. They shoot it back. Double for Rorik, 3v3. And after that, not a single casualty towards Geeke, but they're the only ones bringing them about, as Eidvarus are 2-6, 4 rounds below on the losing split, and not much promise. These are going to be their final and shining hopes to bring it over to the 3rd map. If they can't do that, it's on to the next qualifier, and I'm not one to sugarcoat it, but the only ones who are acting as the puppeteers right now are Geeke holding over all the strings.
Yeah, that's it. It's DK right now. Every other team is hoping that they don't have to face up against them. Obviously, we're starting to see some semi-final matchups being traded while the other quarterfinals go underway. And I'm looking at the other teams here. Turks, M&M Academy, Valor. There's a lot of teams here that are probably going, please don't play Geeke. Please don't make me play Geeke. Please don't make me play Geeke because... Same. Honestly, right now, they are stopping at nothing to make a statement. Obviously, after this game, it will just be favourable seeding going into the main competition. But for DK, this is the one that matters. It's the qualification game, and it's the qualification round, Puffo. All they need to do is get these last 5 kills. But Ivarus, there's a long, real road ahead. And, well, Skipper wants to make sure they're going to be stopped before they can get on it. But it's a castle barricade, actually. That's going to be slowing them down.
Virus, I'll be completely frank with you. It's going to be an exhausting long marathon that you need to run on through. But Geeke might have already raced ahead of you. And Rorik here is going to be starting it off with YZN being the first one to follow up through the wall. Almost Choco there to maybe be found out. And a great exchange to keep the lead. Geeke find themselves to the 3rd one here. Rather, Rexon getting down. Not finished out just yet, but a double down onto Rorik as he's going to be 6 foot under quite quickly after. Hungry, a bit distracted. A random wallback. No. Skipper downs it again. And not like this. He's now officially in a 1v1 with a fantastic gun as well against the Bravo. Half HP, Dominant all down to him, reveals his location, random wallbangs, looking to find it, just going in for Juggle Peaks, playing around with his food, and currently needs to hold this rotation. Where will Domintash stab? Tries to get over to the line. That's going to be instantly declined by Skipper, as he's not allowing it, goes in for the sweep, puts in the pressure, and an exchange! Geeke, thanks to being on the defensive side, have the mercy of a draw going their way, and just like that, 7-2, 2 times in a row, 2-0 in series points, and quarterfinals is theirs.
And that is Rumbo qualification secured there. Skipper tucked away in tease, says, let me out, set me free. I ain't going to be your casualty, shuts them down, and Eidvarus going to be going down into the 5th and 6th elimination place. Geeke qualified on through. And Puffo, there's very little to say about that one that I feel we haven't already said. Obviously, GK, we've been singing their praises, so I want to flip the script and just give Ivor some praise there, because they did not play a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. They actually played a really good game, and they were getting the right ideas. And I think that was the key factor there. It was just, they had to be flawless, I feel, throughout, because one little blip up in the round, one little down, and that was it. GK, that was enough for them at this point. Ivor played well, but just not enough, right?
Yeah, like, to give credit where it's due, like you said, this wasn't a match where they were bad. Geeky just simply had the upper hand on that punish, and as long as Alvarez can actually find a bit of that patch in their wound, I think they can do phenomenally. They played it nicely, they played a good tempo, and they had a really good starter. Every single one of these rounds, or at least in the majority of them, I'd say that they had an upper hand over the side of Kike. It's just that little ending point and finish that they need to maybe get better around, but it's all a part of the learning curve. Varus, in the next qualifier, we're looking out for you, because you guys really put up a fantastic performance, but Kike ended up being the winner. There's always a winner and a loser, and of course, looking towards an even better time with Ibarus next weekend.
And it's obviously not done for Ibarus. That's the key. Obviously,
Exactly.
top 6 qualify through Rumble. So they do have another chance. There's a 5th and 6th elimination bracket that they're going to be heading into now, with all of the other teams dropping out in the quarters. They will be going there. The winner of the first series is there, will be qualified through. So there is that second chance. They've made it far enough to give themselves that opportunity. And as we said, there is some potential there. They just can't be letting this game affect them mentally going into the next one, because if they do, it might be a problem. They need to make sure they're reset, ready to go into the next one. And speaking of getting ready to go into the next one, we're going to have another game coming up your way this afternoon. Keep an eye on the chat for which one it's going to be. But for Geek, they've said all they need to say. And for me, I've only got one thing left to say before we throw it to a break.
We return. For a moment, we were thinking that there was going to be a large break. Maybe we weren't going to be able to continue with Geeke. But going into the seeding matches, Geeke
Oh,
versus Valor. And Travi, we've been covering it all in best of three today. Can
oh.
you just remind me, what format are we going into with this one?
We are now going into a best of one. And if you're wondering, folks at home, reason why it's now going to be a best of one territory, reasons being is this is no longer an elimination game. This is now a seeding game. Both Geek Esports, Team Valor have qualified to the main Rainbow Rumble competition in a couple of weeks' time. So it is now all going to be about these best of ones to determine the seeding. And Puffo, it's going to be a banger, right?
It's good. Do you need to ask me that? Is it even a question? Of course it's going to be a banger. And before we go into the match, Travi, I mean, it's still being set up, but I'll return a similar question. Are we ready to rumble?
Oh, we are certainly ready
so
to
ready.
rumble. And if I'm looking at all of the maps we have in our map pool for this in Siege here, we have a banger. We have Border as our best of one decider here. So it is going to be the map that I think is the very, very definition of a rumble. This is going to be the map that is going to be a brawlhouse, that is going to be an absolute shootout. And Puffo, for everyone that's just joining us, why don't you go over very quickly what Geek has been doing to both us all afternoon?
What have they been doing? The previous best of three, we thought it was going to be a long struggle, long battle, but first map, 7-2. Okay, Chalet, let's give it to him. Maybe Geek were feeling themselves. Maybe it was just a fluke. Second map, Skyscraper. Bit more calm, a bit more collected, utility-based. This is where Avaros should be able to find themselves a victory. They get 7-2s. That means Geek are the aggressors. They are the initiators. And like you said it, the pure definition of aggression is coming out as Border. If this is not a better map for Geek, I do not know what it is.
Yeah, that was about to say, this is one of the maps that the way Geek have been playing this today, because admittedly, they have been making it look like ranked today, Bob. They have just been going so fast, so quickly. They've been going for these crazy individual plays, and any other team would be punished for it. Any other team in the competition, I feel, would be punished for it, would be shut down, would be said, why are you pushing in solo into three of us? And how did Geek close out the last game? With a 3 versus 5 and then a 1 versus 3 clutch up. They're just on the definition of plot armor, I think, at the moment is probably the best way of it. They're just farming today.
They're just aura farming. Like, I already have like 4 or 5 clips up on Twitter, and we're running out of space on the PCs. Like, come on, give us a break here. Every round is fantastic, and that was even going into the previous ones. I mean, even into the first best of one, it was phenomenal. Geek are just great at their aggression, and it's not like it's one player or 2 players. It's the entire roster.
Yeah, that's it. And that's the big deal with it all. We look way back at the start of the afternoon when we get to court the end of the EK's first game of the day. It was Skipper having an incredibly quiet game. He was very, very slow to get things started. And then as soon as we got onto Chalet, as soon as we got into the second series, he ramped things up. And speaking of ramping things up, Tom J. Sherlock, you absolute legend. Thank you for the raid, brother. Love you. Welcome on in, all of the viewers. Hopefully you've just been treated to the bangers that were on the stream, and we're continuing it through here. Best of one, Geek Esports versus Team Valor. Bob, we're almost ready.
We're almost ready, but the main question is everyone else ready? Again, thank you, Tom G. Sherlock. He's going off to the pub, apparently, but, while he's going to be having his drinks, which we hope he enjoys, we're having ourselves a fantastic matchup and ready to rumble Valor Esports and, of course, Geek Esports going into Border. This is going to be the seeding match, so-called the semifinal, and at the same time, a best of one, no second chances. Your rounds are your only lifelines, and only one to stand on top.
It's going to be cutthroat. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be absolute calamity from the start, from hopefully all the way into a 15-round game for the ages here between these two sides. Geek Esports have had a phenomenal run today. Nothing standing in their way. Farming clips, farming aura, making everyone else look second-rate. Team Valor now presented with the opportunity to shut them down. with the opportunity to make a statement, and they need to do it here in the semis.
Here and now, the build-up of Geeke has been monumental! And now to show all of their effort, all of their struggles, which necessarily haven't been struggles, a 7-2 back-to-back going into a best-of-3 isn't the largest of battles, but this is where Valor step up to give them a rough time. And going off to the bans on a map like Border, I imagine both of these teams are going to want to limit the information and the comfortability going into any fight. With the first bans, get the drums rolling, will be Clash and
Ooh.
Glass. Okay.
Okay. You know what? I see the Glasban. Valor, they've played Geeke before. And what have we seen a lot of from Geeke this afternoon? Smoke plants, aggression. They do like to use that glass. It can catch you off guard when you're least expecting it. It's a comfort ban for Valor, I think. They're going to be targeting their opponents here because to take Geeke down, you need to hit them where it hurts, right at their strengths. The aggression of the Blackbeard, the aggression of the shield, also no longer a factor.
Interesting. The smoke. Okay, I'm liking it. Border is a bit more closed, a bit more crunchy, crunched up together into this big box, or rather small box of absolute heat. And the smoke has a lot of coverage when it comes down to his babes and denial of that plant. Alongside the glass, I think these are going to be some very interesting bans, but at the same time, too fitting for this map. In the meanwhile, let's go into round number 1 and slowly take a look at what Valor are going to be packing. Now, the attacking side, Geeke, they still have the 6-pick. Let's give them their time and space. As for Valor, I'm seeing a lot of denial. And again, it's going to be all focused on how comfortable they are going into their gunfights. Malusi to slow down, Fenrir to blindside, Legion to stop in tracks, and the Doc, come on, it's the Doc.
It's the Doc. He's going to be aggressive, sticking his head out of windows with that MP5, with that ACOG, looking for heads. Meanwhile, on the side of Geeke, I'm seeing something I like from Packball. Straight onto the Amaru. Hungry's going on for the Blitz. Geeke, they want to start this series. They want to start this matchup with a little bit of shock and awe. They want to go fast, and they want to get themselves off to the gates absolutely rolling.
Look at the side of Geeke. The Amaru is going to be screaming out pure, heated aggression, pushing in early damage. Not going to be anything monumental just yet. And Team Valorant currently, I don't think they realize what's coming their way from east side. Skipper here going to be opening us up. A bit of damage onto the Blitz. Not going to be able to take him out just yet. The runouts heated. Team Valor putting up the aggression, try to fight fire with fire. As currently Geeke, though, are the ones to open us up and nicely bring CC to a stallage. 90 covered. Packball with the SMG-11 going to strike on hot and leave Valor with only 3 players remain as they do strike back.
They do get one back, but Skipper, he gets another for himself. Eventually, Hungry will be shut down, leaving it all up to Yukin and Juba here in a difficult situation. 2 versus 3. Still 2 minutes of the rounds for the attack to capitalize upon here. But the sharp spearhead, the Blitz, the Amaru, they've both been eliminated, both been shut down. So now you've got to use the utility, rely upon those fundamentals from the side of Geeke to get this final bit across the line. Great bit of utility usage from the Doc here. Going to be bringing Kuba right up to full HP. Getting them up and putting them back into fighting form here to try and address Geeke at the right forefront of their assault.
They're going to need anything. Any bit of HP, any gunfight that they can win. Valor are going to be thriving off it, and that's what I'm talking about. Gets it. Skipper going to be out of the competition, but so goes the Doc. An exact exchange needed. Low HP on this Legion. Head taps are going to be your best friend. And get yourself a teammate like Rexon, because he finishes the job. And just like that, Geeke are going to be opening up with round number 1 on the attacking side. Top floor, not much of a difficulty, because where they entered from was at the very bottom.
Poor Kuba there. Got low HP, got stimmed up by the Doc, took a lot of damage, won a key gunfight a second time, looked for a stim and looked to his right. Oh no, Doc is dead. So, unfortunately, you're not going to be stimmed in that situation. It is not an oh no anyway. It is an oh no, someone help me, please. Unfortunately, the rest of the team was dead. Geeke, very comfortable start to this one here. Just keeping up the pace, keeping up the momentum that they've really been building upon all day. And this is the thing, Puffo. As we've been watching Geeke all day on the stream, and for those of you that are just joining us from Tom's stream, they've just been getting faster, they've just been getting more confident, and the thing is, no one's been able to stop them.
Not a single one. I don't think we've had a barricade stronger than Team Geeke Esports up until now, but not just a barricade, a 2-sided one as well that can attack, that can prevent, and that can majorly win it all out. The attacking side started it off decently, and going into this next round, it seems like Team Valor here are going to be giving it a second chance on the top floor, also bringing out a bit of that Frost action. The Yellow to join us alongside the Legion as well to deny any shield plays. But speaking about the shields, where have they gone?
They have gone to the wayside. Instead, it's going to be the Ying coming out from Pack Ball this time around. Obviously, Blackbeard, he's not going to be allowed to be played due to the operator bans. You get going for a much more traditional lineup, something oddly utility focused, something we've not seen from them a lot this afternoon, and something I don't think I was expecting to really see from them from Border of all places. But you look at the lineup of Valor, you look at the quantity of traps, and it might just be the right
Oh,
call. And speaking of right calls, that certainly was not it from Yukin, taken down by Packball. As
no.
here come the Candelas, here comes the rush.
No.
Geek are here to play. They're
It's
in
going for
sight,
the
they're
lights.
planted. 45 seconds in, no one's home from our
Valor!
team. It's free.
Valor, what are we doing? We're just allowing them to get away with it. DK also going to be picking up a double. That's going to be trouble. Third one to cheat it on. And just like that, the attacking side have brought it all down to Rust. Not much of a chance to fight back against it. Skipper with a coup de grace. And GK Esports, free real estate, entering in like it's in their own house because now you're fighting against the Dominators. GK Esports 2-0 up. Team Valor, that's a mistake you cannot allow them to get away with.
No, it is not. Geek just swarming in there. They spot an opportunity. They take it and immediately back in the all chat, trash talking, getting in the heads of their opponent. Valor are responding back, but it's not about the roasts. It's not about the burns in chat. It's about the rounds. And right now, Valor need to get some of those going because they're 0-2 down here. DK got 2 on the attack already. They're going to be fourth in that top floor side. No, we're not doing this anymore. It's not a good idea. So we're going to head down towards Bathroom Tellers, give things another go, and hope that this other objective down on the bottom floor might have the solutions.
Maybe trying to focus your battle away from the site itself is something that Valor could find as a confidence pick, right? Most of these battles have been right next to site. Either Geeky bring it on to CC, flush out the remaining operators, and then go on to the bomb site itself to fight it out, or Duke it as they did into the prior rounds. Team Valor here are now going to be securing this top floor, also bringing around the Oryx, which is definitely going to be a comfort pick,
Ooh.
and at the same time able to pick up that verticality, spread thin across this entire top floor, and at the same time, have the utility be joined alongside them. We saw the FNAT right now, and the runouts here, I think we could expect them.
Yeah, runouts are to be expected from Valor, especially looking at this lineup. They're playing into comfortability, playing into aggression, exactly what they need to do. They need to fight fire with fire here because look at this. Rexon, he's already on 90, swinging on through, trying to hunt down anyone he can find. There is a player towards Armory side. Yukin there, going to be caught asleep at the wheel, takes a lot of damage. Kuma's fallen elsewhere, and DK, they're just not stopping. Gylo tries to do what he can, does get Skipper, but at this point, you're in a man disadvantage, and Rawa does get Rexon. We are equalized 3 versus 3, but GK, they're not going to get their foot off the accelerator anytime soon.
Oh, put the pedal to the metal, Kiki Esports. If there's one way to claim ground, that's surely going to be it. Almost head tapping it away and taking away Rava's head there. A bit too close for comfort. But the Warden has learned his lesson and not going to be going for a repeat call. They're going to be calling out to his teammates, JLo, one of them, to take down Hungry. And that's only one of the few battles you need to win before the war is going to be yours. Team Valor here looking to close it out in the third round. Do have the advantage. HP on Rorik is going to be a bit more difficult. But if they can slither their way into sight, it may be something that can catch Valor off guard. And positioning here matters a lot. Yet again, the attackers here are struggling. Top floor, trying to find a result. And any 1v1s are going to be major. There's damage onto JLo. Gas pipe leaking. And Packball peeking finds him. Finishes the job. Brings it 2v2. And also, the hack here is going to be major.
And that is it. But look at this from Valor. They don't want to play sight. They want to play for aggression. They want to play for picks. And they are going to get them. Mengo takes down Rorik. It's all up to Packball now. Stuck on top floor here in a 1 versus 2. You have to logic bomb and pop it. Pop it. Find out where your opponents are because they're running all over the place. Circles around your head. Has no clue where his opponents are at this point. Finds one towards the chassis, but the real question is where has Mengo gotten themselves off to? No idea. And that's going to give Mengo a freebie, and that's going to give Valor their first.
A great battle onto the top floor. That was World War III at its finest, and let's even talk about it. You know, Giga Esports, again, they just walk in. It's It's like they live on border. The Sledge walks in and gets some kills. Valor does return it in the end and manage to also pick up the lead. Now, that isn't obtained till the very end, where we do see the 1v1 between Geeke and one of the players where they down out JLo, finish the job, also have the environmental gas be popped for the moment being. But in the end, Team Valor got that final 1v1. They had the final say in the round, and now round number 4 is about to go underway with a bit of bans which are going to be referring to the past. Now, in round number 2, the Ying here was monumental. Geek Esports are absolutely loving the Candelas and how much they can cover, but it's also something that gained them the round, because I don't think even without a Ying, I think that Geeke would have had a lot more trouble stepping in and just randomly vaulting. And of course, seeing as maybe Team Valor are going to return to that upstairs floor, they don't want a repetition of it.
No, that's it. They just, I think, realize they have to cut their losses with that top floor site. Geeke, it's so tried and tested. It's the primary bomb site for every single team, basically, at this competitive level. It's retreat. Don't keep trying to fight it, because you're just essentially handing over rounds to Geeke on a silver platter at that point. Diversify things. Try to throw them off their game. Workshop vents. It's a site played well enough. Geeke should know what they're doing. They obviously have something in mind here. The double shield lineup coming on through. And for Team Valor, it's just fall back on old familiar. The Capcan, the Frost, the Melusi, Traps, the old reliable, maybe the difference maker here.
Might be the difference maker. Again, Capcans, want to be careful of them. Geeke, this is where your players could be going astray if you don't keep your eye out for them. In the meanwhile, talking about returning, we're not only going to be bringing back one shield, the Blitz this time will be accompanied by the more calm and collected Monty, the larger brother who brings in a lot more protection. Well, the side of Geek Esports, I don't think they're going to be necessarily focusing too much of their attention on this top floor, but maybe we just sending it all down into site directly.
Yeah, that's it. There may just be an opportunity to send it on in here, because where Valor have got extended, they've left so a bit vacant at home. Rexon does get down, but so are the players of Valor being reduced to shreds right now. JLo and Mengo left with a very difficult situation. Letter of Wits confirms the kill on towards the Blitz here. There's 2 low HP players on Geeke that you can try to take advantage of, and they're the only 2 that are left standing. But it's Skipper, it's Hungry, the former of which has been impeccable for the last few games and is continuing the form here. To straight out 2 versus 2 right now, and Geeke find themselves disadvantaged, boxed in inside events. They need to get a kill, they need to find something, but for now it says retreat.
Says retreat, back off, gain yourself that space, and again, work off of 1v1s, but don't let yourself be so easily exposed. The pickup here is going to be major, but do they know about the position of JLo, who's looking right around that right corner? The Kiba, the only thing that necessarily covers his body, but matters not. The pixel from Mengo going to be able to finalize what the thought was meant to be, and just like that, Team Valor have now equalized the score. Geeke 2, Team Valor 2. But how will the split be? Do we have also that 3-3 initiative? I think that's what matters most for these 2 teams, because one of them, or rather both, really, really want a 4-2.
This is going to be it. And the thing is for Valor right now is you can go to customs, but it's so close to the exterior of the map, such free real estate for Geeke to hop into. It might not be where you want to go. So this, I think, is going to be a very telling round, Puffo, because it's back to this top floor site. Geeke, we've seen it 2 rounds. They have looked dominant on it, hence their 2 rounds they've got to their name. Valor, they swap things up, get their own 2, but now it all comes back round to square one here. Top floor, Armory, Archives. Can Geeke keep on cracking it, or do Valor find what they need to seal the deal?
Questions. So many questions, but no answers just yet. Team Valor, now is your time to shine. You've already brought it up to 2, and in the meanwhile, the snowball can keep on persisting. If you have this ball rolling from 2 to 3 to 4, this first half definitely should be something you should be looking out for. And in the meanwhile, let's take a look at the lineup from Geek Esports, as it's not only going to be bringing about the Monty, dispersing away from that blitz as well, but Packable on the Sens is something really, really interesting.
That is going to be a very spicy one. I mean, we saw it get banned out against Geeke earlier, so I've got a feeling they're merchants on the Sens. Obviously, with that 417, they're a menace on the frag department. Frag grenades as well. A lot of utility brought by that singular operator. And with the pressure that Geeke like to bring, they're going to start things off early. Their hour taken off the board. Early advantage goes the way of the attack in round number 5.
What up here for the side of Skipper? Ron, not going to be no longer part of the competition. It seems like the Goyo canisters might still stick around for however long they do. Now, a Twitch to counter it, but the push here for the Monty making its headway in this east side, completely covered by Geeky Esports. Skipper not covered on the other hand, though, as he will be taken out elsewhere. Second to follow up with it, Yuki with a kill of their own, but Rorik has it all under his own control as he finds Mengo, trying to be a bit overzealous. A random shot by Yuki through the smoke. Rexon falls quite quickly and blindsided. That is merely a suggestion for Yuki here. Pops the canisters, looks to use environmental damage, gets a bit onto Rorik as he persists on through 90, but the laying down dock here is going to be terrifying all of the Monty even more as he pushes him back with the help of Rorik. A bit of damage, could get the stim, but the pistol there to actually finalize the job, as now 2 against 2 and Team Valor are at a bit of a struggle.
Valor realised their mistake with losing Yuki there. Don't give GK 1v1s. They're going to win them if you give them those situations. Play it together. You've got a 2 versus 2. JLo, Kuba need to keep it close, need to keep it tight with one another because GK, they will try to isolate. And if you let them do that, you're falling right into their hands. And that's the mistake we've seen so many teams make this afternoon. A prime opportunity for some aggression from the defense now as Hungary's trying to stick on Kit. Rorik's in a world of pain, but not only does Kit go down, he's able to find JLo as well. Kuba now 1 versus 2 against the full HP Monte. Beautiful one tap, the disrespect. Rorik has to try and keep this one afloat here, but it's a very difficult situation. Both players on quite low HP. Kuba has to go fishing, has to go hunting, has to try and find this player, forced back by the frag grenade, and I think the time might be the problem solver here. No, he's got the kill. Does he have the time? Yes, he does. And Team Valor, they're going to get away with this.
Kuba, you absolute beast! Caught both of them, hook, line, and sinker. And what control he had over that. Also, I love how the Monty was spam leaning left and right, trying to do a bit of a funny jiggle, but his forehead was exposed, or maybe even a 5 head, depending on how exposed it was. In the end, though, Team Valor are able to get their 3rd in a row. This split has already been drawn out by them. Now it's only up to them to either win it or give it up to Geeky in a 3-3 fashion. Border here matters a lot. Yet again, this is a huge matchup. Geeky Esports should not have let go of it, but so they did, and it's against them. Again, this was a huge opportunity to stop the tempo. And one thing that I haven't been seeing a lot through the side of Geeky today, not that it was needed, but would potentially be brought into this map, is a tactical timeout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to play, be honest with you. Has there been a need for a tactical timeout from GK?
That's why I'm hoping to see it now.
We need to see it because the thing is that GK haven't needed a timeout all day. Obviously, they had the 8-6, but that was before we got here. It was then a 7-3, a 7-2, and a 7-2 as well. Like, GK, they haven't needed it all day. But here, finally, at a significant point in the game, they are actually down on round. Someone else has taken the lead. And obviously, both teams, you can see, they're having fun with this. They're hungry, certainly single-handedly, I'd say, selling the round by jiggling around, having a little bit of a default dance with the Monty. The question is, does GK want to lock in now they realise the pressure's on, and more importantly, that they're not invincible?
They're not invincible, and Valor are putting them against the wall. For Geeky Esports, the response here is going to need to be major. Again, this last round, maybe it doesn't carry so much importance, but for the long run, you definitely want to capture the essence of it. The information from Geeky Esports, this drone work is like art. It is a craft of it, and the amount of information they can suck out just from it is absolutely great.
That is going to be it. They just suck out what you can, find what you can do. I mean, look at this, Valor. Look at how aggressive they're getting right now. Poor old Hungry. No, we're not dancing. Please stop dancing, Hungry. We get it. You can boogie. We get it. You've got the moves. But please, show us some good seed. Show us what you're capable of. A minute into the round and an oddly quiet start to things from what we've seen so far. But I don't think that's going to be in the way. Skipper's gone into East Stairs looking for an aggressive pick. JLo as well, down in Workshop trying to find one. And it's only a matter of time before someone opens this round wide up.
It's only a matter of time, and time is going to be taken out here. The side of attack, Geeky Esports are making headway down the east side, but also going to make a fantastic kill southbound. Rorik is going to find Yuki amongst it. Mango there just a moment away, and his head could have been popped in it. Now, Yuki and himself won't be joining 6 foot under just yet, but that's just yet a key point here as JLo finds Packbull, but the plant could be going down yet again. This is something that Geeky have been so extravagant at, right? Just entering into sight, getting the plant down. It's halfway through. It doesn't seem like there's going to be much of a denial from the side of Team Valor. They try to persist, they try to push, but that's all they find. It's going to be a roadblock, and his name is Skipper. Although cleared for the time being, Kuba does find a kill onto him. A second one from Rexon, and the Monty getting aggressive, shuts the Azami down, gets the kill as well right after, and in a 2v3 fashion, not officially counting it down. One more to remain, all down to Kuba, does get the headshot, but one to remain, and this challenger, this foe, is one of the greatest of them all. It is the Monty, the French Mountain, and it's going to be a game of minds. How well can you trick your opponent? In the time being, look at the Frost trying to approach it. Not even going to go for the pickup. Geeky don't need to, as long as this Monty is enough of a menace. Look at how terrifying the display is. Terrifying enough for no time to remain. Kuba going in for this tertiary kill. He gets it, but it matters not, as the round is going for Geeky. 3-3 split. And I'm interested in how this role reverse is going to be affecting these teams.
I'll let Hungry dance now. After that one, he's won around for the team. Good job, Redemption. No, he can dance now. Hungry can dance. There better be a clip with it later. Hungry, please, pretty please. We'd all love to see it. Anyway, on the other side of the game now, Geeky going to be moving back towards the defense, and as you said, Bob, there was nothing separating these two sides over the entirety of that half. Some great rounds, some shenanigans, some absolute chaos. And now we're going to have a quick reset. A pause for us, a pause for the players as well. Obviously, this ban phase gives them a bit of time to breathe, because this border has just been constant action, constant shooting. And well, Fenrir Blitz not going to be shooting for the next 6 rounds.
Not going to be shooting, not going to have an appearance. And honestly, it's not much of a surprise either. Again, I think Fenrir is great at denying aggression. Blitz, quite for the opposite of it, though. He's great at bringing aggression, being the spearhead of this aggressive charge for any attacking team wanting to make an entrance. And going over to the second bans, Ying and Melusi, both denial of sorts. One going to be on the side of vision, the other one on movement. And well, we're going to have to see how it affects both of these teams. Yeah. KK saw the potential that the Ying can bring them, and they don't want to be having a taste of their own medicine with Valor hopping on her either.
Yeah, that's going to be it. They're going to need to make sure that things are going to be going up a little bit tidier here from this halfway point. It's this reset, this interesting point. For me, it's really indicative of the operator picks we're starting to see on through. It's obviously looking at what Geeky are bringing. They've got the old French duo here. We've got the really old ones, but then just been teased from Skipper. They've got shotguns, Puffo. They've got bloody pump action shotguns in the year of 2025. Right?
My eyes are deceiving me. What are we thinking with this? What are we cooking? What have Geeky been fed today? We do see the P90 on Skipper, so he's ready to let it rip. And is this a run-out with a pistol? Packball, you surely are not getting away with it. The C4 there is chucked. No one in the line of sight to be claimed by its mark. But in the meanwhile, the shotgun out of bounds, but the playstyle even more chaotic.
That's it. It's just going to be chaos, and I think we found our answer, Puffo. This game is not going to be slowing down here, even when we see these two teams swap about on the half. You can see it, Geeky. They're at the doorways, they're at the windows, they're at the skylights. They're wanting to try and find something. They're even challenging players all the way back into spawn. And Rorik on the doorway, wanting to go for it. You can tell he does. He's just waiting for the call from the team to say, yeah, okay, fine, you can give it a go and see what happens. They're going to be running out, not going to be able to find anything, gets found himself instead there. A good opener for Valor.
Was that a second run out? Yes, it was. Rek'Sai gets away with one, although quickly shut down in return will be a 2-for-1 deal favoring this out of Team Valor, as they've converted it to a 2v4, rather 4v1. And just like that, one put to remain. Skipper with low HP and finalized out, gets the down on one of the players, but not nearly enough to finish the job. And just like that, Valor are now back in the game 4-3. A bit of a troll round, I'd consider it, from the side of Geeky, since that playstyle was quite unusual, but expected considering the lineup they had. And maybe, just maybe, they're gonna be bouncing back into the following round. Yeah, the lineup's already looking better.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit better. We're down from two French shotguns to one French shotgun. And Rexon, please don't tell me you've got a Bosch G. And hey, he's got a Bosch G. He's got a Bosch G, Puffo.
Oh, and Hungry's back on the show. Oh my God. No, not like this.
Definitely like this. This is just clip farming. Flex your muscles. And Valor, I think they're locking in a little bit. You're looking at their lineup. It's very, very serious in comparison. But it is obviously incredibly feared by Rawa, but obviously Team Valor, they're locked in a little bit more. They've got more of a serious lineup going at it. And Geek, we've seen them get a bit overconfident today, and I don't want to see that bite them here, because obviously while they have qualified, this is still for seeding. This is still an important match to a degree.
It 100% is. But for them, it seems like no, Skipper, you did just not do that! Rawa! Oh, you poor summer child, you sweet summer soul! Skipper just went and bullied him! The run out with the Oryx, the dashing combination, and the dashing skill this man brings. Call him a surgeon of death the way he brings that precision to his aim. Geeky Esports with a flashy beginning and Team Valor to show nothing for it.
Well, at least Rawa's not dying to the SGC QB. That is a positive that can be taken away from this one. About the only upside for Valor from now on. That's your Decabi, that's your roam clear, completely god, all bar for Yuki there on the line. So now for Valor, it comes to scraps to try and run their way in, to try and get themselves something. This backstab play from the Twitch here, inside a sight with the DMR. That just won completely off guard, but Packball's there for the trade, and he's going hunting for more. Knows about the Montaigne, but has to be quick because his team's falling around him.
Like dominoes. No, don't, Backball, don't you dare go for a run out. I swear to everything. Okay. These players are on the same wavelength because the aggression is as well. Geeky now get themselves back online and onto ground zero. Team Valor with only one player, around 10 HP or so around the count. While in the meanwhile, two very healthy, aggressive, and hungry players from the side of Geeky ready to bring it to an end in a 4v4 or 4-2-4 scoreline at any moment being. Well, look at Valor. I mean, look at, he's just having a bit of a stroll. He's going on an adventure. You go, Yuki.
You go, Yuki. You go, King. Having a wander, looking up through the map here, analysing it, showing off the brand new CGX graphics. That's obviously what this is, a graphical showcase here. And why not? Going with the pistol, you're going to get the position given away by the beepers. Walking past the diffuser, absolute Giga Chad move here, deciding to just completely ignore the kit and instead go for these kills. Expecting nothing less from this game, but do you know how close Packball is to this doorway? Going to be spotted out by the 19 cams. You walk into this Rexen with the boss G rather to close it on out here, and this one's tying up. It's going the distance. We're having fun. These teams are having fun, and I hope you all at home are as well.
I love how Geeky throw aside the thought of victory and they say, bring it. What Valor respond with is the exact same emotion, the exact same tempo and wavelength. They go rushing into sight. They bring it back, and this is the type of battlefield that two aggressive teams really have a fun oh my god, is Hungry on the Legion show? Oh wow, okay, so that's what we're doing. Okay, he's dying on the hill of shotguns, you know, from French to Asian, he's going across the entire world. And Team Valor, while we're not necessarily seeing the same lineup, they're still trying to win, which again, like you said, Travis, this is for seeding. It still has some importance.
Yeah. That's it. It's an important game, but I can't help but shake the feeling I feel like we're watching more of a show match than a match right now with the way these two teams are going at it. In the ultra, Hungry, he's running the double shotgun super shorty in back pocket. Still, not even going to swap it on towards the pistol. They're having fun right now, and that is obviously the most important thing. It's a best of one. It is just for seeding these two teams. Obvious forerunners, a double run out from Geeky. I don't know what Hungry's seeking to do with a shotgun on that one, because they don't quite have the range on them for runouts, I don't think. Unless you're actually in their spawn, sniffing in their face, I don't think you're going to get anyone. But you know what? Respect the man for trying.
Respect the man for trying. And in the meanwhile, the C4 is already lined up by Packball. Now he is trying to deny a bit of that information, while in the meanwhile, Geeky have spread themselves across the entire map. We have every single nook and cranny core covered and corner alike. C4 goes out. Doesn't find its value. Not a bit of damage, nor the shrapnel connecting onto anything. But in the meanwhile, he's not expecting Mango to be right around the corner, jumping in the window and taking you out of the competition, clean up the map. A possible second to follow up with it. Dabashi does find some damage exchanged for the side of Menge, but matters not as Rexsun keeps on going bottom floor, trying to find any potential run out. And Skipper gets caught, or rather catches Rava in the net, places him down. And a 4v3 might be quickly converted. Valor here can definitely get it back, but it's informed more that, and Rorik has the sense enough to take out Yuki in the meanwhile. And now the advantage back again for Geeky Esports. but will they keep it?
That's the question. I mean, the scary thing for me right now on the side of Valor is the fact that you've now got another player back upstairs contesting. You've got Rorik lurking about, fishing for more, but no more will he be getting. Mengo shuts him down. It's 3 versus 3. We're back equalized on the board here, and now Valor can start to look towards that objective, unless Skipper goes for quite a flank, quite a roam, hop up the hatch, but it's risky. It would be a massive play to make an all or nothing scenario. Does he want to go for it, or does he just want to play it a bit more patiently, play it a little bit more reserved towards the site? The hatch has now been kindly opened by Kuba, and give him a way up, a way into this. But Valor, they've got the minute to burn, and contrary to what we've seen so far, they're actually going to be droning it through. They're going to be searching. They're going to be trying to find someone and trying to get away to make sure when they jump into sight, they've got an advantage.
A moment of silence for the dead. Team Valor, though, are not going to be the ones receiving it. Raxon here, being the first of the victims to fall. 3v2 now initiated by the side of Team Valor. Is trying to clear out all the space around the site so they can nicely shell and sandwich the remaining 2 players. So they do correctly. Skipper, a lot of damage. Drop down at this side right next to it as well, but does anticipate one to be right around the corner. Mengo not going to be standing no longer. It seems like Skipper gets away with just another casualty brought against Geeky. Caveat here will be shown the second. Only 1 player remains for any of these teams. The peak is coming out of the pre-fire as well. Skipper knows it more than anyone else. And now all down to JLo, who is a phenomenal player, but with a goo up in your foot, it's going to be a bit more of a difficult battle. Last one's above and playing that diffuser game, a fantastic one to contest and simply no time to remain. JLo will have to hope that a random floor bang will suffice. And defenders will win round number 9 as Geeky have the lead yet again.
A time win. A round where 10 players are not dead before the 90-second mark. Are we sure we're still watching Geeky Valor? Are we sure?
I can't tell you. Honestly, don't ask me.
A time win. I was half expecting Hungary to full send it down the hatch, go for it with the shotgun. But you know what? I think it's time. I think we put that aside now. I think the teams are slowly starting to realize, okay, it's a close game, but it is a winnable one for either side. It might be time to lock in slightly. Operator bans, I think, are going to be a bit indicative of that there. The Dokkaebi has been a pain in the side of Geeky throughout this entire half, as well as those goo mines for Valor. It's just one less thing to worry about, allowing them to go inside without having to worry about goo mines in their feet, having to stall out. And anyone that does get caught in an early gunfight that we've seen plenty of, it's not going to make them worry so much about dying to one of those little pots of goo.
A slow pass, yet again, it's going to be one of those worries. And the one thing that we did see banned out in the first half is going to be the glass. Now, Team Valor are already putting it into consideration. Now, my question to you, Travi, is that, do you think Team Valor here are going to be cocky, cheeky enough to throw smokes, fire, through the archives window and go for a one-man plant? We also see the Monty. We see the Monty.
I was just about to say to you, if we see a Monty, that's definitely what the game plan is right now. And then they go on to the Monty, they go on to the Nomad, the Aurora. Oh, Puffer, you're doing it perfectly. That is exactly what we're about to see. Hopping through the vending window, straight in from Valor. It's either going to go and work wonders, a tactical nuke thrown on border, or it's going to fall flat on their face, and there's only one way to find out.
Look at the lineup from Geeky. They don't have a Legion, they do have a Smoke, so there is some counterplay. And maybe the Rooney to deny that instant aggression, that instant pop-in, unless Team Valor are willing to take a bit of damage. With the Frost here is going to be the deadliest of them all. Although, if you can get those side factors out of the way, it's going to be something that is much more than doable. Information they're trying to find where these defenders currently lie, and it seems that it's all going to be one-spotted. Just trying to take out all. The smokes are there, Monty's in, just like that. Barbed wire for the damage, but trying to stick it through. The fire is spreading on thin, but Team Valor are looking at it as a winning opportunity. A lot of damage onto Rorik, and now, within the first minute, not even that, the post plant is through.
Oh my goodness, and it's Geeky getting all the kills somehow. Montaigne being the key one there to drop 3 versus 5 now for the side of Valor. They've got 28 seconds left to try and hold on to this post plant here. Try and not recover this one. Skipper going to be going for the run out, the Hail Mary play, but so long outside, you're going to be spotted. Can't quite win the gunfights, but a lot of damage done. And that sets Packball up for success, swinging out, trying to find what he can. Yes, JLo, they're on the counter defuse, and the solution for Geeky. Bodies,
You're kidding!
bodies, and they do it!
Geeky, what are you thinking? How do you do this? The magicians, the initiators, they break the fight over to Team Valor. They go onto the outside, wall hacks for the enemy team. They do not care. Geeky Esports, they get the first initial openings. The Monty, like you said, it was the key one. The Rora to follow alongside with it. Then they go jump out back to back to back to back. Keep the fight upcoming. And with the help of the smoke babes, there's nothing to stop them. The defuse is stuck. Match point is Geeky's. And 1 round in the following 2, regulation is finished.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
My goodness. What on earth have we just witnessed? And this is the thing. I think Valor. This is just. How do you lose that on a serious note? Like, you get the plant down, you get such an advantageous situation, and EK, their solution to the situation is just throw bodies outside of windows. They can't stop all of us, is what the call was. And, well, that's certainly true here. 6-4 now. I would absolutely love it. I am on my knees for this game to go the distance, to go to an overtime. But Puffo, Valor, they need to win 2 rounds back to back, and Skipper doesn't want them getting this one. Oh, we're not.
Oh my God,
okay.
no. Oh, look at JLo's HP though. It was dangerous. I was about to say that you might want to be careful what you want when you say following after I'm on my knees, but you know, we're gonna leave that in the past. Although still, I mean, Skipper went out for it, right? The damage exchange definitely something that Team Valor could be happy about, but they're not going to be stopping just there. That run out is not something that's going to be discouraging them from an absolute frag fest. As in the meanwhile, Team Valor here, is that a team kill from Hungary? He had enough Rexon taking away all the glory, so he said, you know what? Well, just like that, PK Esports. 3 players, 4 on the enemy team. Valor definitely taking it up a notch and trying to bring them into overtime. So they do. Another player, Skipper, low HP. Hungry finally fighting, battling against all odds. Random small. The smoke phase is something that could be bringing some PTSD.
Look
to
at the
Valor
HP.
Oh, that is true.
They're so low here, and if there's 2 players to clutch up right now for Geeky, it is going to be Skipper. It is going to be Hungry to try and get this one done, but no, a direct trade with JLo leaves it all on the shoulders of Hungry. He's experienced, but he's not got enough in him to get this one over the line. Valor take us to the brink of regulation. Round 12, the closest game we've seen all day. The question is, can Geeky get it done here and now, or are we going to go into an overtime?
Overtime or not decided by this one. How quickly do these teams want to be out of this match or to continue down the bracket line? Dependent on what round. Again, best of 1. This is not a best of 3. There are no following maps. Border alone is what we're going to be seeing from them in this qualifier here today and now. And Geeky, for the first time, are not going to be bringing about a deck full of cards that initiate a bit more of troll on action. But we can see that they're bringing powerful operators, the Mute, the Valkyrie, the Mira. The information from this is huge. Now, Hungry's still on the shotgun, but at least he's on a very viable shotgun and operator.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Geeky have realised, okay, boys, enough is enough. We need to lock in and close this one out here. And that, like, it's been silly. It's been fun. But like you say, Puffo, this is still Rumble. This is still an important game. This isn't just for nothing. This isn't just for fun. This is for a favourable seeded, meaning that the stronger teams, you're not going to be playing them so early on in the competition here. Geeky, obviously, they've got grand final ahead of them after this one. Should they win this round, it's important that they have the ability to close it out when it matters most. And for, I think this round is going to be much more what we used to seeing on Border. But if there's one thing we both know about Border, Bob, it's still quite a fast map, even when you're locked in.
It's still quite a fast map, and definitely velocity is something, one of the few elements that this map is best at bringing about. In the meanwhile, though, we have seen a lot of spawn peaks, we've seen a lot of runouts. Those are not going to be present going into this match point. Yet again, both of these teams want to play it a bit more safe because BGK can have a way of finishing this out without needing to gamble it out in the overtime. But look at Packball's positioning is right under that desk. Again, could catch someone off guard, already entering into sight, and Yuki has found a fantastic opportunity, but that's going to be quickly taken out of consideration as Rory chucks it right right over the middle. And like that, lands himself a kill. Packbull gets it in return. JLo there, just to make sure it's not all for naught. A 3v3 unofficial, considering there's a down. Rorik with a spray, gonna be able to take JLo out. And still trying to continue this fight as if it never will end. A lot of damage onto Kuba coming in for the backstab. Oh, it's gonna be dangerous. Barava just can't finish it off. Valor with one player remaining. The diffuser's on him, but the HP certainly isn't. And he's fighting against 3, maybe even 4 of the pickup is gonna be initiated. Runs into it, a lot of damage not gonna be required. A single bullet, and Rexon finishes the job. 7-5 border is going to be in the favor of Geeky Esports.
What a game shown there for us by Geeky. Incredible stuff there for the semi-finals here of qualifiers #1 for Rumble. A bit of shenanigans, bit of fun, but most importantly, when Geeky locked in towards the end, they showed us exactly what they're capable of, despite really game going the distance. But let's be honest, Puffo, I think we saw from it evidently, both teams were not 100% focused on that game the entirety of the way through. They were just having fun with it, and that is, to me, what matters most, because they've gotten the job done today, right? That's the pressure off their shoulders. The Geeky, they've now got one more best of one to play here, and at this point, it's all just more cherries on top of the already very delicious-looking cake that is Rumble.
Oh, it's delicious, and we've been fed. We are not going to be out of food for today, because these matches today, mostly from Geeky as well, were fantastic. Valor put up a really good attempt, but at the same time, like you said, it was all fun, right? It was all fun in games, and they definitely got themselves some highlights, especially the runouts from Skipper and everything, of course, alongside with it. But honestly, the matchup was great, and even then, they're both already qualified, so I don't think anyone's complaining.
No, that's it. They're qualified. Geeky, as I say, they have the opportunity to go that little bit further. Valor, they will be sitting in that 3rd and 4th position. Obviously, there's the 5th and 6th games taking place to decide the final few teams to qualify through the Rumble. We will update you on that, of course, while we're here, while we've got a couple of minutes to also inform all of you at home, all of you that are watching, because there's plenty of you right now, I'm sure, from Tom's stream, of course, Tom Legend. Love the guy. I'm sure you will do as well. Do go give Tom some love if you are not already following his stream. But as well, there is the important factor to state that this is only week 1 of Rumble qualifiers, right, Puffo? It says it right there on the bottom of the screen. There is a second weekend. That is this coming weekend in a couple of days' time. So if you have a stack, go put them in the qualifiers, because you could have the opportunity to be playing against Geeky. And okay, I'm not really doing a good job selling it if I'm saying you can play against Geeky, am I?
That's very discouraging. You could be possibly getting stomped on, but at the same time, you can have a lot of fun. You know, there are many different paths of it. We're not going to lie to you and say that you're just going to go in with a random stack and win it, but I think fun is the major aspect. You're looking to have fun and also possibly put your name on a stream. You could be casted by some of our lovely community casters.
Yeah, lovely community casters such as yourself and myself as well. And speaking of fun, the fun is not over for this afternoon. We've got one more match coming your way. One more game. So we're going to throw it to a very quick break, because if you couldn't tell after that one, we need a break. Our voices are absolutely short. But the fun does not stop. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
going to be going in with Turks, and do I collect? A bit chaotic, but you got to be on your feet when you're with Travi and Puffabob. In the meanwhile, here the run out from the side of Theezer is going to be catching the side of Do I Collect even more, as the SMG-11 going to be striking double here for the side of Theezer, and they're looking to stop nothing right now in their tracks. Theezer keeps on the runaway train, gets shut down by Brogson. Will be there catching him in the moment in the slip. Do I Collect 2, 1 rather for each team, and now can the victor come out on top?
Oh, 1 versus 1. What a treat to get into this game as well on the starting round of this half here. It's a one-on-one situation here. Brogson, Shoxel. Diffuser is cold outside of the objective. The striker completely gone, expended of utility. Shoxel, same can be said as well. It's all up to gun skills. Both players on 100 HP. The difference maker being one has a mirror window to play behind, the other does not. And the time is ticking against the already unfavored player here, opening up the vertical, trying to expose the weakness. But if this is the Turks we know and love, they're not giving anything away.
They're not giving anything away. Neither is going to be Brogson, although this information from the side of Fireplace Stairs coming on down. But Shoxel, not a clue of where he currently lies. Might have the lock on, might have the headshot. Not just might, yes, he does. Turks now, one up, round up. 4-3 against the side of Do I Collect? Did they collect? Sadly, not just yet. But of course, keep in mind, they still have some rounds to go through. Although, just like the previous map, this is going to be a best of one. And Travi, I think our vocal cords by the end of the day might be really angry at us. Just might, just maybe.
Yeah, our vocal cords might be a little bit washed after this.
Yeah.
So, at least for this cast, we're going to be chilling. We're just going to be enjoying the game, watching it, just yapping over what's been going on. What happens when two play-by-play casters attempt a little bit of colour casting and a bit of live analysis here. What happens, we will wait and we will see. Regardless of, it's going to be Turks getting themselves the early half lead here, 4-3 advantage. And it's obviously on this Chalet defense here, which it's a toss and a turn, which is favoured on Chalet typically. But, Turks looks very comfortable in that round.
Also, for any of the viewers who might not be the best at English or want a cover of Turks in Turkish, you have the official Rainbow Six Turk channel where lovely Ethan Abbey is casting. But of course, for all of you Englishmen, fine boys, fine gentlemen like ourselves, we're going to be sticking to this one. And well, let's talk about it. I think the lineups here are going to be screaming a lot of gun and mayhem, especially going in for Turks, right? I feel like this stack of Turks in general have been together for so long. They're such a great bunch. And of course, I think they excuse Theezer for being on the Ella.
Yeah, that's it. They are a roster that have been around for what feels like forever now, constantly competing in and amongst various T2 competitions we have, and they're always towards the upper end of it as well, which is the thing I like to see from them. They're always on top, always competing, always looking incredibly good form, and I don't expect that to change here. Do I Collect? Obviously pressing them quite a little bit in the first half that we didn't really get to see a whole lot of, but either way, Turks, they started off well with this defense. Now we move on towards the second one. Kitchen Dining coming up. A fairly well-rounded lineup here. Fairly balanced as well from both sides. But Do I Collect? I like what they've got. They've got the Blackbeard. They've got the Ying. This one, it screams a little bit of aggression.
Just a tiny bit. Just a
little bit.
A little spice, some could say, but Do I Collect? Are they going to be able to punish accordingly to it? That's what we're going to need to see in just any given time. And it seems like as this West main completely covered by the attackers, they smoke it out just to give themselves a bit more isolation and to have an easier time on through, as Brogson here kicks us off with a kill onto Bodolf. Second there, trade for Salim, but not for much longer. He's found himself 6 foot under thanks to the side of Rodar. A bit of damage onto Nardik. Here, Trophy going to be pushed down by the side of Theezer as he does collect a down. Not killed just yet, meaning the confirmation won't be able to find its way quarter-turner, though, for the other hand, certainly will. Trophy still playing it very aggressive, although it's down to Nardik to try and find the correct momentum and swing upon it. A lot of damage onto the Vector holder. The Mirror down a lot. These are out, and of course, with Nardik being another victim of it, it's all for Reader, who will not be able to finish it. And Theezer with a double there and a fantastic play around the Trophy side.
Straight onto the yellow, and we're starting to see why a little bit there. Beautiful, beautiful shooting there from the side of Turks. And now they're starting to build up a lead in this one here. Obviously now have themselves up by 2 rounds. It's getting there. It's getting close. And as you said, Puffo, this one is BO1 territory. Both these teams qualified towards the main circuit now. It's all about seeding. It's all about positioning, and for me, the more exciting part is who's going to be getting a dinner date with Valor, who's going to be getting a dinner date with Geeke. Winner gets to play Geeke, loser will get to play Valor in a seeding match for third and fourth. So still BO1s, still simple games, still short ones as well, but you know, they are important, they will make a difference, and could possibly be leading to give us an inkling of what is to come, because, you know, I don't believe the hype. A BO1 is still a match of Siege. It's not anyone's game. Like, it's to a degree, not as close as a BO3, but realistically speaking, if you lose, you lose.
Yeah, 100%.
There I said
And
it.
Travi, coming back to your topic, I don't think I'd want a dinner date with Geek or Team Valor. I'll be honest, if I were any of these teams, we've seen what they were joking. They were having fun on border. And to me, that looked horrifying. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, I would not want to play Geeke when they're having a really fun time, because I feel like Geeke right now, if you took them out for a dinner, they take you to a restaurant that's just got something that's just too spicy to handle. Tell you, oh yeah, it's not that bad.
It's
As
not
you
that
sit
bad.
there, your taste buds, everything around you is on fire. That's what I feel like Geeke would do to you right now after the day they've been having, because we've seen some really spicy Siege from them. But Turks, they seem to want it so far here. A slow start to this round of Chalet, a bit of contention from Turks, but nothing really found off of the back of it. All 10 players still on full HP.
All 10 players, not a drop of blood just yet. Do I collect? Are looking to change that, but Turks on the upper roam as well, having it all under contention and not having too much of a clue where the attackers might lie, but that soon will change, especially with time coming around to settle on down. The kitchen side of diner rather, already taken over. And some of these players from Do I Collect, I mean, they're not pushing into Turks. They know that Turks can back up their own fight.
I've got you thinking about food now, haven't I, Puffo? That's what
Yes,
I've done.
you did.
You're thinking about dinner. You're thinking about food. Turks, they're thinking about how they can hold on to this one. Half the round left to play for here. Wall is going to be opened on up, but Visa, that's the first one, much needed one at that. Takes down Rhoda there. That's going to be the Kebi off the board. Not able to provide much of effect. And more importantly for Turks, a bit of safety on this top floor now. And look, despite the time, Turner as well, looking to continue to contest it, looking to try and make sure Do I Collect can't get anything going.
Can't just yet. Hatch going to be held by the side of Brox, and he's making sure it's under his contention. And a C4 going to go big boom. Sell him with the dynamite. It is now out, and Turks have reclaimed not only a one-man lead, but a second one to double down on it, as a single entry here by the side of Do I Collect will be required. 2 kills, not going to be favoring Do I Collect just yet. An equalization here, going to be the bare minimum they need to find, but this plant will not be so easily going down, as the fire is brightly burning, and Do I Collect have not yet given up.
Oh, this is the question. In towards the site now. Razzie taking a lot of damage and eventually finished off there by Fiza. Maze does eventually get the down back. Not going to go for the confirm. Instead has to worry about the other 3 members of Turks. And it's going to be Shoxel closing it on out there. And I think now we're on the other side. We're starting to see a solid build-up of things here from the side of Turks. A much better showing. A far cry from the 3-3 split of old. And there's a ban phase now for Do I Collect to try and recollect themselves, because that's what they need to do. Turks, 1 round away from that ever so tantalizing dinner date with Geeke.
Your call out of Far Cry brought me back to memory lane. Have you played any Far Cries?
I have indeed. Bangers.
Which ones?
I have played 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh
and
my
what was
God.
like
The
the
New Dawn?
post-apocalyptic one called? Yeah, that one. That's the
Oh
one.
my God. What
What
was
about
your
yourself?
favorite?
Oh, my favorite was 5 because of the map editor.
Goated.
Like-
Goated. Same.
Like the map editor, the vibes of the base story
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. And the memories of just like throwing shovels at people in co-op, on my hardest difficulty. Me and my mate were
And
just running around lobbing
you have
shovels.
the bear.
Mwah.
You have the,
And the
what's his name?
bear.
Cheeseburger?
Cheeseburger, the bear with diabetes. Yeah. Love
Personally,
it.
for me, it's really close. It would be either 4 or 5 as well, but Far Cries are such a good game. And, you know, we can't consider this out of topic since it's all under Ubisoft.
Yeah, this is a Ubisoft game. Should we start talking about Assassin's Creed while we're here as well?
We stay far away from that, because after Black Flag, it
Oh.
went downhill.
No. They can make a good one now and then. The one they released a couple of years ago, Nexus. It's you played that?
What? No, I haven't
Nexus.
even heard about it.
VR exclusive one, might be why you've not heard of it. But I
Oh,
tell you what, it's basically got all of the old maps from Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed
I
3, and then
see.
Odyssey ported into VR, running around, jumping across rooftops, hidden blading people, doing that from a first-person point of view, and they brought all the voice actors back, so you had like Ezio and Connor you're playing
Oh
as.
my God.
Amazing
Oh,
game, actually really fun. So
hmm.
if you've got a Quest, go and check that one out.
Go get it.
We
We're
can say that.
advertising for Ubisoft here. Ubisoft sponsor us, please. But in the
Please.
meanwhile, I think we return to the match now. Overall conclusion: Assassin's Creed's good. Newer ones on the PC, not my favorite, but matters not. Turks here on match point. Do I collect 3 rounds still away from them? Need to close this gap, and currently having trouble to do so, but Salim with a bit of damage against him. Not the greatest of starters, although a slap on the wrist at best.
That is going to be a little slap on, but no elimination has been found, and those ADS devices
Oh.
ensuring that he can hold on to that position. The C4 doesn't quite find the pick, but look at all of the damage that has been done. Razzie and Rhoda going to be worse off for wear because of that one, and if Salim wants to continue to fight this, making them very easy pickings.
Very easy pickings. A bit of HP. Not going to be anything but a suggestion. Do I collect this as only numbers for you? Same could be said for Turk, says Salim. The ground he's currently holding down. This is a menacing stand against Do I Collect, as they're not going to be having an easy time getting into library, but that's not their only objective. Secondary going to be focused down towards this horizontal approach onto the side as well. A bit of blind. Ying there, putting down congestion, reloading, ready to pack some bullets. And it seems like the defenders are ready to fight back against it.
That's it, they're ready to come, they're ready to play. Drop down from Bodolf back towards the objective now. Trying to focus up on it, gets caught off guard there by Rhoda, who stormed their way in through West. Able to find one, but Visa easily able to get one back the other direction. 4 versus 4, a minute left to go on this one. Turks do an impeccable job to hold on, but Brogson going to be able to take down Shoxel there. A trade does down the striker, but it's a 2 versus 4 effectively for Turks here. The question is, do you go for the revive? Do you go for the confirm? Well, Visa, he's going to swing on and catches them both looking, gets 2 freebies, and not only is there that buffo, it's the Fuser cold as well.
The case, the lunchbox, we're so hungry, but so are Turks, and they're getting fed quite nicely. 45 on the count of that mark there, but little do they know there's someone going to be holding his teammate above the hatch. It's Salim. He's been sticking to this one part of the map for the entirety of this round, and little does he know that he's going to be switching Theezer with a quad. Let the man get his ace, and he gets it! Theezer with a shotgun, 12 gauge to your face, and Turks win it 7-3. What an interesting conclusion.
Yeah, considering how we came into that game there, Puffo, with the 3-3 scoreline, an even half. I was expecting a banger. I was expecting some overtime, but the Turks, they get onto the defense. 7 straight rounds. Look at that. 7 straight. Brilliant stuff. What more can you say? Beautiful game, and they will get their dinner date with Geek in the grand final of qualifier number 1 here. Obviously, best of 1 territory as well, so it could be a quick one. It could be a long one. There's not much way to find out, but what are your thoughts, Buffo? Because they now have to go up against Geek.
Ooh, Turks, honestly, I think they're the ones to put up a fight against Geek. Now, I'm not going to be caster cursing.
No.
I'm zipping my mouth for the moment being, but as strong as Geek are, Turks are not to be underestimated. Turks are good. They may not be this aggressive bunch like Geek, right? But they express themselves as a team. They've been together through so many qualifiers. The roster has been stacked up into one for a really long time. They understand how each one of their players work. They're able to use that as a complementary skill, and I think they are a good balance of how to use utility, how to be aggressive, and just putting it into a 2-factor deal that necessarily can't be easily countered.
But now we have to wait and see. Obviously, this match has just concluded, and the other one is going to be coming up as well, folks. And of course, there are the elimination games going on now. I don't believe there is stream coverage of those ones, the exclamation mark bracket. You can go and see what's going on. And while we're here, while I've got you all on screen, if you give me 2 seconds, I'm just going to give you an update of how that one is going. Obviously, we've seen teams already today fall down. Currently, both of those best of 3s, they are currently 0-0 on the scoreline showing on challenger mode. So teams are even. No one's gotten anything just as of yet, but that is certainly going to change by the time we get through the next game. We're just going to go and get that one prepared for you. So we're going to throw it to a very quick break, and hopefully we won't be too much longer, so don't go anywhere. And one final map of the day. It's here. It's upon us. The screen is lying. It is no longer. It is consummate. The finals of qualifier number 1 for the Rainbow Rumble are here. Turks versus GK Esports. The final game here to decide who is going to be going into the tournament with the most favorable seeding. It's me, Travi, with the amazing Puffo Bob for one last map.
Aloha one more time. We are going to be sticking it through. The long run is about to come to an end. And what a beautiful way to start off the symphony than to get rid of those pesty shields. Monty out, Clash as well, Blitz for the third, and a zombie on the defense. GK Esports and Turks, these are the Titans that Rainbow Rumble has been building up until this point. Travi, for one final time, are we ready to rumble?
Yes, we are, Puffo. We are ready. We've been rumbling all day. We've had a banger of a border between GK. They've had half an hour now to cool off. Turks coming in hot off the back of a Chalet 7-3 win against Do I Collect. Now in for this final game. Just to reiterate, they're both qualified. They're both seeded. There is nothing extra through at this point in time other than seeded. 7 rounds, straight shootout. Winner takes all. There is nothing more to it than that. Great fun way to round out your Sunday. And I couldn't be wanting to do it with anyone other than you, Puffo.
Oh my God, same goes the other way.
Oh.
But less of this cheesiness. Travi, we have business to cover, okay?
Oh,
GK Sports, Turks. So, no, not the suit, not right now. It's way too hot. We're gonna get sunburns under it somehow. But, GK Sports, the aggressors, Turks, the team coordination. Which will win, ice versus fire? What element brings about the winner? That's about an answer we're about to be expecting at any moment. And starting off, GK, screaming that aggression and passion through all but one operator, and it's gonna be hungry on the Amaru.
Yeah, we know exactly what GK are going for here. We got treated a little bit there, Consulate yesterday up against Myth, and well, it seems the same game plan applies here against Turks. They're going to be going in fast, they're going to be going in aggressive, but Turks, they are aware. These two teams, they're at the very top of T2. They have played each other countless times before. I think they're going to have the eye. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no,
Celine
no.
is in a corner. I just realized he's not been cleared out. He's not identified on the Deimos either. Salim can get an absolute freebie here, possibly even 2, unless Skipper finds him. He cannot. Salim's been activated. There's support from Bodolf as well. And this piano clear all of a sudden for Geeke. It's quite costly.
GK disjointed, one player gone. That's going to be Skipper, a second one to follow, but it's going to be Rorik to put him down. It's just like that. A great trade. Although Salim keeps on persisting. He's the one on the top of the food chain and eats him right up. Still going through, but Hungry shuts you down quite quickly. Although now without a scratch on your body, low on HP, the Fuser still standing, and the attacker's not yet made entrance into the site itself.
Yeah, that's it. They need to get themselves in towards site, get a little bit closer. There's still half a round to play with here, so a decent amount of time to do so. But only 3 people left standing either way. It's going to be a tall off. Turner takes a lot of damage, but it's actually Rexon to be finding the elimination there. Hungry baiting out down. Beautiful bait! And the C14 kill! Masterclass from Geeke and a stroke of genius from Hungry.
Oh! No! The mind plays from the side of Geeke! They are messing with Turks and playing with their food! The C4 from below! The communication on Turks that we were hyping up oh so greatly! Now brought down to dust! 45, bringing it down. Shuxel and Theezer hand in hand against a low HP Hungry. And a fully healthy Pagbull ready to take it worldwide. Upside down repel, flashes there, takes him out. Theezer able to finish the job on 1 as only 1 remains. Geeke gonna rely. Will it be the full-on repel goes in for the vault is there, the smoke there to shut you down, but he's safe and sound in his corner. A bit of damage from outside sources. Last to go for the spray and not enough bullets in that ARX as Turks will close out the first round. And what a fashion to do it, even with a team kill.
Yeah, a bait is so believable that you blow your own teammates sky high with a C4.
That's crazy.
Absolute shenanigans in round number 1, but we're here at the end of the day, and honestly, there's nothing I could believe more for it to come on through. We're just going to take a quick technical pause here. If all chat was to be believed, minor earthquake or major, I'm not entirely sure, happening for the side of the Turks right now. So we're just going to have to hit a pause, wait and see what the go-ahead is. But of course, safety comes before siege. So for the Turks, I hope they're all doing okay. And we'll just wait for this one to roll on over, wait for words from admin, what goes ahead. But either way, Puffo, we're one round in, and this one's already delivering.
This one's delivering. This is the type of content we've been seeking. And you know, I'm going to put my hands up. I'm at fault. I'm already clipping it. I'm ready to ship it over to Twitter in a moment. And that is fantastic. The 1 million IQ play from Geeky, I have never seen something like it.
Yeah, that is one of those things that I think I just can't wrap my head around it, to be honest with you there, Puffo. It's one of just, I've never seen that before. I've never even thought about doing that before. And it's honestly part of what I love about this game.
Yeah.
Like,
100%.
it's part of what I enjoy about Rainbow Six Siege. It's the fact that despite playing it for 10 years, despite having casted it for the last 1 or 2, there's still new things you can see. There's still new things. There's still crazy shenanigans that can happen on through, and there's just things that can catch you off guard. And quite realistically, that was one of those. They're using the sound of the Imaru for bait, and he blows up his own teammate. If the fact that they pushed and swung wasn't sign enough that it worked, I think the C4 meant it to deal with that. Geeky, genius.
Genius, absolutely genius. And right now, while the tech is still ongoing, we can talk a bit more about it. Hopefully it's going to be resolved at any moment, and I'm hoping that Shoxel is all right. But to not bring it to too much drama, to not bring it to too much attention, we can talk about it because Consulate right now is gonna be underway in any moment. We do get the ready. We're ready to send it back. Travi, hopefully more shenanigans, hopefully more discombobulation from both these sides because the mind games are simply crazy, and I imagine they're just about to get crazier.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think it's slowing down one way or another. Glad to hear, obviously, everyone, we've got the word, everyone on the Turks side is okay. They are good for the moment, which is exactly what we wanted to hear. And you know, it's not going to rock them too much going into this next round here because they got things off to a very great start there. Might be ultimately quite a close round. Just EK's mind games, they can't get through the Turk. There is a reason they're feared within this scene at points, and it's because they have this mentality, this brain amongst themselves that very few teams can match. They know what they're doing, and even despite some rocky moments, they're still able to make it happen.
Still able to make it happen. Now, for the defense, you want to make sure that these rounds are going to be very favorable towards Turks. Just like in the previous map, reserve your defensive rounds. Turks, this is going to be a defensive-sided map in general, and as long as you can get a 4-2, 5-1 split, you're going to be looking good. But Geeky, that's just going to be even more fire, or rather fuel to add to the fire that you want to even it out as soon as you possibly can.
Yeah, that's the goal. You need to be evening things if you're EK right now. Obviously, we saw yesterday their Clubhouse Consulate defense is incredibly scary stuff, but you also need to make sure you're doing your due diligence on the attack, because if Turks can build up quite a lead here, they may be able to just narrow and edge it out here in the second half of the game. But that's the far future. Right now, we're looking into the present. Salim looking to get aggressive, but Skipper finds Bodolf there. Eventually, Hungry will be shut down. That's the Imaru off the board. A kill for a kill, soul for a soul. And right now, it's raining even in the lobby, but not for long, as Rorik takes down the Malusi.
Takes down with the Malusi, but that's not going to be the only one. The Warden as well, and we've seen how Geeky tend to like using these flashes. Now, they may not have a Ying. Rexsun still does bring those secondary gadgets, and as elsewhere, damage is being brought down. It's going to be players that you should be worrying for, because Geeky are now down to 3, especially with the HP of Rorik. You might want to be very cautious as to who you put in which gunfights, but these are up on front. Gets one, a double one coming in for the side of Turks as they're able to work around this refract potential, leaving Rorik as the last one. Good prioritization, but matters not. At Shoxel shuts him down quickly, and Turks now with their second round.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Turks here. Just holding their composure, remaining strong, and not letting anything get underneath their skin. Geeky right now, it's a problematic start to them. It's only 2 rounds. Obviously, there is plenty of room for a comeback. And the tertiary bomb site that we're going to be heading to, Cafeteria Garage, basement 1 here on Consulate. That's going to be the goal. That's going to be the one you need to take over here. If Geeky go 3-0 down here, then we start to worry. But right now, you know, a 4-2 split is the expectation here for Turks. They're well on their way to achieving that, but GK, they need to prove that they are as well.
They need to prove it. They need to get themselves at least a couple of rounds because, of course, while though this is very heavily defender-sided and yet again Turks are going to be looking at an expected 4-2-5-1, it doesn't mean GK can just allow these rounds to pass on by us so quickly, right? They need to get at least a couple, and the earlier you do it, the more safe you feel, the more confident they are. And what have GK been working with this entire time, Travi?
I don't know. Sorry.
Well, that's true. That's true.
That's just, yeah.
The normal, the meant was, but the meaning was aggression and confidence. But you know what? You're right because they're going to continue working with Yamaru.
It's been a long day, man. It's been a very long day.
I can't blame you. I'm cooked in the brain as well.
The brain is gone, but for these players as well, they have to hold their composure, especially after the silliness that was that border we saw a couple of minutes ago, or about half an hour ago. Well, silliness continues. Hungry goes for a spawn peak, does find a response. Feezer's there waiting, takes a little bit of damage, but finds the elimination back there. They can remain lurking out on the top floor here as GK, their primary source of aggression, he's gone.
Is gone, done and dusted. Not going to be in the presence no longer. And now, 4 against 4. We do see that Geeky Esports are separating their player base, but about to come into contention. Skipper, do we know about the player right next to you? Seemingly not. Salim gonna find one the down. Does it follow? Yes, it does. Packbull out of it, and that's gonna be your thermite. Gone! These are low HP. Able to find the pistol kill nonetheless, or rather, that was just the kill feed speaking to me for the moment being. But while Salim, he keeps persisting chain onto the third, able to connect it yet again, and Rexon leaving Rorik in a 1v4. Low HP for 2 players, potential still there, but the man count says not so much.
That's it right now. It's a 1 versus 4 for Rorik. We've seen how incredible he can be, but is this a little stretch too far? Is this a little bit too much to ask of them? This is going to be the question that awaits us. Half a round to play for here. Does get shocked still. That's 1 taken down. You look at the HP of Salim and Feezer, and it's not totally out of the realm of possibility here if Rorik could isolate these picks. Just take them down 1 at a time, focus the attention. You've got a lot to work with, but you've got to be careful. There's C4s, there's a lot available, and a single cross from Turks will be all they need to seal the deal here. Rorik, he's going in blind. He does have a clutch drone in the back pocket, going to be using it there, but it's a long road to the objective. Diffuser's cold, and all 3 players are Turks. They're just hiding in the basement.
So they should be. Again, like I said, if the cross here established by the side of Turks is something they realize and they need to put it to work. While Geeke, Rorik, again, 2 bullets, and maybe even 1 if it's possible, but will be able to take out Theezer and Salim easily. It's going to be Bulldog that's going to be dangerous, right? Full HP, stacked ready, and again, numbers. Numbers are what Geeke are working against. The swing here, are we feeling it? The momentum could be the Mozzie. One's laying down, and while the Rorik is able to claim one, Theezer does swing in the nick of moment. The time that was there for him, and picks up whatever remained here for the side of Geeke, allowing Turks to capture the essence of the 3rd round, and at the same time, draw out the split, and a really good first starting point here for Turks.
Yeah, that is it. A beautiful start, a dream start to the game here for the Turks. And Puffo, while that round was unfolding, I was actually looking at some statistics between these 2 sides. They played each other not that long ago, actually, only 4 days ago in Voltage Series, one of our other T2 tournaments here in EU. And guess what?
What?
7-0 to Geeke. Geeke demolished the Turks.
Do you know what map?
It was Chalet. It was not Consulate. Different map, different battlegrounds. But I knew Geeke had won a game against Turks recently, and I knew from when I saw the map, Geeke looked great on Consulate yesterday when we were watching them. And today, I don't know whether it's the break. I don't know whether it's mentality shift. Obviously, I think you can guess Turks are going to be taking this game quite seriously, and Geeke has just had a game where they've maybe not taken things as seriously. Whether they're going to want to bounce back into that mental, whether they're just going to keep on playing things. I mean, I suppose it's indicative that Hungry does keep hopping on towards the Amaru. What the mentality between the teams are here, we don't really know because we don't have the insight, but it is worthwhile noting that obviously Geeke demolished Turks the other day.
That is true. Now, as controversial as this may sound, I don't think Geeke are playing too seriously. Now, I'm not saying Turks are bad. Keep in mind, But statistics from the past matches, especially something like in Voltage, both of them playing a bit more serious, and Geeky going 7-0, especially considering the track record of how well they tend to do on this map specifically, like you mentioned, we saw it yesterday, and of course, Geeky literally on border just messing about and doing the most random stuff. It's quite a lot of indications now. It's not guaranteed just yet. Either they want to get this over with as soon as possible, or they just want to have a fun bout. Geeky enter the building, not much information. Salem gonna catch one off guard, and expected as Teaser has hold over this window. Elsewhere, a second, 3, 4, just like that. Turks are making Geeky drop to the floor, and all left down to Rexhun with his flourish drones. And yeah, I don't think Geeky are necessarily playing to win.
No, I think DK, and you know what, I have to give it to them. Obviously, they've just played a game where it's been silly. It's very hard to get back into a serious mentality after that. And additionally, on top of that, you know Turks, they are going to be locked in. They are a very serious roster. DK likes to have a bit of fun with things from time to time. You've seen it in the all chat all day. You saw it against Valor, and I think we're seeing it here. They're just throwing things around, seeing what sticks. If they get some rounds, great. If they get the game, even better. But at this point, it's just a case of we've got the job done. We don't need to do anything else realistically. The main competition comes in a couple of weeks' time. Let's just have some fun with it.
It goes without saying that Geeky have already proved themselves.
Yeah.
They are far beyond what is the limit or the bare minimum of what these teams need to qualify. And Geeky have proven that. They are above that drawn line, and they are fine at it as well. Geeky, on the other hand, I mean, just playing about, trying to go for the KD game. Rexhun, the 1-3, he wants to up it up, you know, wants to be a bit more like Heroic, who's currently still on a positive note. As for the rest of Turks, they're just seeking out the kill. I mean, they have the diffuser in their own hands, 1 minute to stall out, and in a 1v4, I doubt their intention is to lose, nor do they think they possibly can even have a path where this goes up into a loss out of all the infinite possibilities. But KK, both of them are just playing it for fun right now. Turks, although, wanting to close it out either way. Rexhun trying to find a kill, doesn't try, does so, executes him on the spot. 40 seconds here, and you know what? I think he's going to be giving it a shot either way.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Pad those stats, get that clip, shove it on Twitter, highlight it all for you. Shoxel takes a lot of damage now. Obviously, the time is going to be dwindling. Flashbang don't think he comes out, blinds himself somehow. Absolute shenanigans, but Rexhun, he does indeed find it. 1 versus 2, but 20 seconds. Turks, they've given quite a bit away so far. They know Shoxel's, they know that Rexhun's going to be coming up spiral. They can just play it tight, play it with the shotgun. They've got a cross being held. They're locked in. They found it, and 4-0 up for Turks.
Did Rexhun go for a 360 there? I feel like I saw like a really big. Yeah, he was he was turned around for the moment.
He flashed himself as well, like absolute trolls on the side of GK. But you know what? I think it's not with how serious this weekend has been, with how much T2 competition that's going on at the moment. Because obviously, you think you've got this, you've got Voltage, you've got the Turkey Showdown, you've just come out of Combine. There is a lot going on at the moment in the Siege scene for these teams, and perhaps sometimes what you need is, even if it's in an official, you've done your job for today, you've hit your quota. Just it's a game. Have some fun.
Games are meant to be fun.
Yeah. Some fun.
And Geeky are doing that. You know, they've done it before, they'll do it again, and who cares? Let's be honest. Again, both of these teams have already reached what they sought out for. Turks are just going in for that extra bit of, I guess you could say, tertiary objective, finding the last round as well. It's completely fine. Again, understandable for both of them, but of course, you know, maybe Geeky are going to be testing the grounds. They certainly had a really good test with how the Amaru can play with the minds of defenders. So, you know, maybe they discover some new strategies.
Yeah, that's it. It's you know what, sometimes when I've been playing casual and stuff, it actually is the way you find new things out in this game. You're mucking around in casual, you do something really stupid, and hold on a minute, light bulb moment, that actually works. You saw it with the Amaru thing not that long ago. GK, we might be moving slightly closer to locked in here, as Hungary is going to be getting off the Amaru, heading towards the Nook. No grapple hooks in this round, but whether GK want to play this one normally, well, Skipper isn't really playing it at all.
Yeah, Hungry's also on the shotgun again. Keep in mind, this is the same player who was on the Rook shotgun earlier. And well, Packbull somehow gets a kill with the tracks. The Damus revolver is going to be pulled out, trying to get the flick of the wrist. Both off on low HP. Going to fight back against him. And now Turks are back on a better scoreline as Hungry currently goes with a shot. Finds it, actually. The shotgun thriving for Hungry here.
How is this
An absolute menace. And look at Bodoff and Packbull's HP. They are so damn low.
They're just kind of wandering in with shotguns right now, GK, but it's somehow,
No
some way
way.
it's working. Packball finds Fiza, and it's all down to 2 HP on Bodof as well. Puffo, somehow, surely GK do not win it. I mean, they are a quality team. I think just they're bound to eventually by luck or some other divine intervention. Beautiful shot from Packball. It's all on to Salim with it all to do. 3 against 1, and now the kit's going down.
Now the kid's going down. Packbull, of course, pros don't fake, and Packbull certainly is. One Spiral gonna get shot at for the moment being. Salim is looking to find any opportunity of opening it up, but the wounds already been spread on wide for Turks, and it's getting deepened by the moment. They're bleeding out. Geeky currently holding them out on a lifetime. And time is running out. Final player spotted. There it goes. Salim still gets away with 1 and has to battle back against 2. But again, the clock is ticking. You have 7 seconds you need to reserve for this defuse. A lot of damage verticality going to be incorporated as well, as you usually tend to with a side like this. And does he stick it? I think that's going to be the only plan you can really end up going with. Maybe some kills to boost up that KD. Gets a fantastic headshot. The final not going to reveal themselves. And DK with their first round, 4-1. Better late than never, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? We've said it right. They're quality teams, both of these sides. GK, a lot of what they do so great comes off of the back of their gun skills. So even when they're mucking about with shotguns, just walking in, having a bit of an interesting game plan, going at things here. We're back onto the Maru, of course we are. When they're mucking around, when they're still having fun with this one, and this is the thing, they're not, I wouldn't say they're totally throwing, they're not trying their hardest right now, but they are still, you can see they're actively coordinating. You get rounds like that where there is a game plan roughly in mind. Whether it's more akin to comp strategies or rank strategies, that's up to be decided. But GK, they are giving things a fair shot. They are having a good time with their opponent right now, and they are a good team on the guns. They can carry themselves through on those mechanics alone, and I think that's what we saw in the previous round.
100%. That's exactly what we witnessed. I mean, Geeky just went for guns. They were throwing punches, and they landed every single one of them. Turks now, 4 rounds. Again, they're already looking solid. The 5th one would definitely be a bit better. It would not only look more satisfying, but at the same time, again, the advantage would be greater as we head into the last round of the first half. Now, going into the second, Geeky are going to be possibly looking to win it out either, again, that or trolling / Spompy, running out every single possible opportunity they get, and, you know, being the terrifying aggressors they tend to be. As for Turks currently, they're going to be facing a really difficult lineup. I can't process this because I'm seeing a Maru shotgun on the Nook and a fuse.
Oh, that is an interesting lineup, and well, there is no more. Amaru, she's not had a whole lot of luck this game, but then I suppose that's par for the course when you're sending her in windows without droning, with a shotgun, a hope, and a prayer. But the side of Geeky is charging towards Visa's side now, trying to get some aggression here. Salim's met up with it, will actually be shut down and sit down there. It's going to be an early pick if GK can go and get themselves this one here. Visa's behind, though, and could look to try and shoot someone in the back of the head here.
Good and ready, Theezer, he finds him. And no matter what the shield, Packbull will not be getting away with his life. Not this time, that's for sure. Rorik gets away with one of his own. He can't get to be a player down compared to what Turks have to offer. And now sneaking about, look at Hungry. Ooh. How quiet this player is. He's like a real hunter right now and seeking out for his prey. More than enough ability. And charge left, spots one on long, isn't able to turn it, and both off there right around the corner. He reacted in the moment and found the kill here as Turks devolve it. Shaxel there as well, unexpected. The Hall of Death, he finds Rexon and leaving Rorik in a 1v4. Now, we've seen a similar situation from a Flores earlier like this, but sadly it will not be going in a similar path.
No, it is not going to at all. They're shut down, shut out, and Turks going to be ended with a 5-1 half. Incredibly respectable. They're going to be very happy with it. And now we move towards the defense. Now, we did see Geeke explode on towards the defensive side of Consulate yesterday. As soon as he got around there, Myth just looked no match. But PK, if they continue trends from the first half here, it's going to be very much, I feel, we're going to be seeing the double French shotguns again. We're going to be seeing Boschy spawn peaks, Oryx runouts. Much of what we saw on border going to be brought up here, but Turks, their slow attacks could be punished by this aggression here. And there's a real possibility Geeke can claw back some rounds.
I'll be honest, I don't think it would be Geeke if they didn't go for runouts, spawn peaks, and that type of gameplay. I think we would not be watching Geeke if that was the case. But,
yeah,
you know, let's leave ourselves up for a surprise. Turks 5-1 though. 2 more rounds, regulation victory. That's the best type of pad they're looking to get. And Skipper, we've seen him on the Oryx. We've seen what miracles he can pull off. I imagine that's a similar aim we're going to be going for in round number 7.
Yeah, that is going to be it. They're going to be going for it. Seeing what we can get going here, and I'm already getting flashbacks back to Border Bob of what we saw, the absolute calamity. Looking at that defensive lineup. Turks, though, they're going to be focusing on something a little more traditional here. A lot to deal with these roamers, because I think they know what to expect from Geeke in this half. It's going to be a lot of movement. There's going to be a lot of players in random places that you wouldn't normally see them in. So doubling down onto the Kebby, the Lion, the Deimos to make sure you know where everyone is at all times. It's backing themselves up for success.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Turks here have a lot of information gathering. Now, their entire lineup, besides the striker, is screaming out intel, it's screaming out anti, and it's screaming out death. As Turks and Geeke, with a quick exchange of one, the spawn peaks are already displaying themselves, and they keep on contending. Quarturner, they're going to deny it extra from coming out, and like that, Hungry will be the smoke lost amidst it. Well, look at the lineup here from Turks. They're bringing the Deimos, they're bringing the Dokkaebi, the Lion. That's all to deny this, yet they still lost a player.
They did indeed, but they're not going to lose anymore, it seems. Visa takes down Rex, and Rourke now looking to challenge on towards Yellow as well, with the support from Packball up all the way above. But the former of which now going to be the victim of a Deimos turn. Here come Turks, they're looking for it, but the support from the Snow canister enables Rourke to find one. Another big brain play from the side of Geeke, and Rourke, he gets another, supported by Packball. There's no way that Geeke find themselves back into this one. There's no way, but there is, yet again, it's Rourke.
Rorik, you absolute foul beast! That Vector is supposed to be known as a P-gun, a P-shooter. Little bullets, very fast. Rorik makes it look like each bullet counts, and he reserved one for another. As Geeke, that's returning back to your point, Travi, that Geeke work themselves off of that gun skill they bring to the table, and that's let alone what carried them throughout that round.
Yeah, and it's a second flashy strategy I've seen from them this game. You're getting Deimos hunted, you're in piano, Packball's up above to support. He throws one of those 2 barrel canisters down, and you may think, what's the point in freezing your teammate? Surely that's going to work against you. No, when you're in the effect of that ice blast, you are not actually tracked by Deimos. And the confidence that Turks had for that push, they were already committed to it at that point, but they no longer had the intel. It gave Rorik the flexibility to play. It gave Rorik the opportunity to dance around that piano, and he dances much better than Hungry does there, saving the round and giving Geeke their second.
Start praying. Skipper is on the conveyor up. Rexon is on the vigil, and Hungry is on an alibi. Now, Geeke have found themselves as snug as a bug, as the run out from Packball also going to be there. And it seems like he's looking to catch some players off guard. Did he throw his freeze ball into Quarturner? It seems that way. And while though Hungry is looking to use the strategy, the Hall of Mirrors strategy, I do believe, where you throw all your alibis outside, it certainly didn't go his way, as before he could place them, he has been taken out.
Yep, he's been removed there. We saw a Prisma outside as well, run across there by Printer Window. And now here comes Cav being targeted by the Deimos. It is, I don't expect to see it, Puffo, because I think they know what Geek are
But we hope.
trying. But we can hope. We're not going to say the magic I word right now, but there is certainly possibility. Being death marked, being bone rung, yeah, there's no way out of this one. Skipper, say your goodbyes. Never mind! Oh
No.
Cast it him! He downs Turner, and he's hunting for more as well. Can't quite find it. 2 quick kills for Turks. Buy them back into their favour in this round. And thank God they do, because otherwise that's throwing a sentry.
For a moment, our heart stopped. It almost happened. I thought that Skipper was actually going to commit to it, but in the end, it did not end up going so. Look at Kike. They're just going to be disbanding away from the site. They're going to be leaving the 2 players, go upstairs, try and clear up these attackers, which could be huge because look at Salim. He's upstairs. He's alone. He carries the diffuser. This is something that Geeky could yet again find around off of Shoxel gonna shut down, and Rexon stepping back forth onto yellow, looking to reclaim side as soon as possible because now he realized that the attackers have way too much ground and he has little to no clue of where they currently remain.
Nope, but they know where he is now. Deathmark as well as that logic bomb gonna come on through there. You can't hide for long. Rexon, concrete pillar, trying to save himself, but he's not going to be able to do so. Fisa's going to find it, and Turks, they're going to get themselves up on the map point here, running away with things a little bit now. I think they've had enough games of DK. They just want this one to be over and done and dusted with at this point. Locking in, getting aggressive, fighting fire with fire, going for the hunt. And it's going to be Turks with 4 match points to play with.
4 match points to play with. Geek, I don't know if they're going to be energized enough. I feel like both of these teams are exhausted at this point. It has been a long day, about what, 6 hours of playing and broadcasting. It really has been a journey, and this is going to be all throughout the following weekend, so make sure you guys stay tuned for what's about to come. But Geek are looking to end it out with a bang. While the Turks may be overcoming them in the round count, Geek and their positivity, their aggression, and their playstyle is not going to be letting loose. We get to yet again see the holiness of Hungary on the Chimera, while also Skipper on the P90, which is going to be something that really screams out, just go for it, balls to the walls, because Kike today have been bringing balls of steel to the mat. What is that mute jammer, and what's it? Oh, never mind, it's no longer there.
Let's have full time.
This is interesting. New meta.
This is new meta. We are evolving the future of Siege right here, or we're just watching GK have some fun. I think it's the latter. Either way, what could be the final round here for this one is going to be upon us right now. Difficult ask ahead of these 2 sides. GK, they're all back on the Cav. We want to see it, Bob. Do we get an interrogation before the day is out? I would absolutely love it.
Yes, that is what we need. We need Hungry to get an interrogation before we finish our day. Now, if he's able to fulfill that quota, is up to him. And Rorik, for a second, I thought it was Hungry who died, and thankfully not so. But Rorik, a sad death here to bring upon us. Geeky there with a loss in the very beginning. And look at these attackers. As much as, Hungry's hoping that someone steps into his territory of admin's side, no one seems to be doing so, as everyone is very yellow focused.
Yeah, there's a lot of focus that way of the map, and rightfully so. He's been able to find Skipper off the back of it here. Packball, nice push off the frag grenade into the LMG. Does get the trade down with Turner, but teammates all around. The only one that can save you right now is the legend himself. It's Hungry. Back behind the Turks on a cab. All you need to do is ace clutch this round. But I say all it is as the teases come into the chat. Hungry tries, Hungry cannot, and Turks, they will find it. A 7-2 closeout here on Consular. They will be our qualifier #1 champions here in Rumble, getting the favorable seeded PK. It is a seed.
There we go. Well attempted by the side of Turks. A really good battle. They win it out. And of course, even though the full strength was not displayed by both these teams, I imagine, it was still for a fantastic matchup. Now, more of these are going to be on in any moment, but I mean, today was one hell of a day because we got to follow Geek throughout the constant matches they went on through, the challenges and non-challenging matches they faced. But in the meanwhile, we had a bunch of fun. I think that's what was the most important. We had a blast.
That's it. We've just been having fun all day. And I think that's the one thing that matters most with these qualifiers, right, Puffo? We've seen some great siege earlier in the day from Geeky where they were locked in trying to fight that qualification and close the things out. And then later on towards the evening where things have gotten a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more loose, we've seen teams have some fun, which is a rare thing we get to see in officials, but it's very important to see. So, and obviously Turks, they're going to be incredibly happy with their qualification, incredibly happy with their favourable seeding. And of course, all the other teams that have been qualified as well, they're going to be happy with today's results.
Absolutely. Everyone's going to be happy. And of course,
Yeah.
for the teams that weren't able to qualify, it doesn't matter. There's more qualifiers upcoming. You still have your chances, so make sure to make it worth it around the next time. Make sure that today you got everything locked down. What went wrong, what went right. Use it in the next time, and of course, against your enemies. But of course, that's going to be it for Rumble. I mean, again, a lot of clips, a lot of shouting, a lot of vocal loss for us too,
definitely.
without a doubt. But you know, I think it was worth it.
It was so worth it. And there is no one I would have rather done it with. Puffo, thank you for, of course, coming along, casting with. It has been an absolute pleasure this afternoon. Thank you to all of our observers this afternoon. We've had Nanos, BJ, Ifam, Abby, all afternoon providing us the action, providing the feed. Absolute goats in each one way, respective of their own rights. And of course, thank you to all at home for coming along watching. Thank you to Tom J. Sherlock for the raid, bringing many of you here. So many legends. And guess what? We'll be back next weekend with more Rumble action. But for now, it is goodbye. So have a wonderful rest of your weekend. We'll catch you next week.